kick off to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
And it is a great day to be alive on Westwood One Sports. Welcome in, everybody, to BetMGM Game Day. There's a lot going on. Trade deadline now just 8 days away in Major League Baseball. We had the WNBA All-Star Game last night. We've got training camps opening up around the NFL by this time on Wednesday. All 32 will be open for business all over the league. And, of course, we had the second, because I think this show refuses to acknowledge him as the single greatest, but the second greatest basketball player of all time make another massive decision just 48 hours ago as LeBron James signed in Philly. Welcome in. We're going to go through all of it. We had nonsense at SEC Media Days this week. That's worth talking about as college football is now just a little more than a month away as well. We'll talk to Tyler Dragon of USA Today later in the show about those NFL training camps that are opening up all across the country. We'll talk to Mo Egger from Cincinnati about an hour and 20 minutes from now about the Bengals and the AFC North specifically. A lot to get to today. But, Kate, this is the first time in 4 weeks you took the 4th of July weekend off. Well-deserved, because you've been in the midst of, bringing life into the world and also moving into a new house at the same time. I took a couple weeks off as well for some family vacation time, and we're back together now. I have literally missed a third of your daughter's life by the two of us not talking for the last month.
I didn't realize it's been that long, Chris. It really has been like almost all summer, which is crazy. Yeah. It also feels like summer is like very close to... Yeah. We won't talk about that. But, my daughter's missed her Uncle Chris, Uncle Matt.
Well, I'm back.
She's been doing great.
The sound of my voice hopefully doesn't lull her to sleep that easily, because I would take that as a bad sign about the show that we're doing. But nonetheless,
I wonder if she would recognize your voice, because we talk for 5 hours every Sunday when I was pregnant with her. So right. They say babies get to know the dad's voice. Babies get to know the co-host's voice.
Exactly. So we're back at it here. And you mentioned it feels like summer is slip-sliding away because training camps are opening around the NFL. I know it's still hot. Just about anywhere west of the Mississippi and south of Nashville and Raleigh. Steamy hot. It feels like summer. It feels, though, like football is coming, and we got a lot of football to talk about, as I mentioned. The LeBron signing in Philadelphia. Plenty to get to. Let's just jump right into the deep end with the 5 biggest stories of the day and the week. We call it the High Five.
Each other. Howard having an incredible year for the Lynx. Clark again on a bomb. Here's Clark. Will she try again? You bet. Caitlin Clark with 3 logo bombs within the first 3 minutes of this game.
Ryan Rocco on ESPN last night during the WNBA All-Star Game. I'm going to make an honest admission here, Kate. Other than the highlights that I saw this morning, I didn't sit down and watch the WNBA All-Star Game last night. I didn't carve out part of my Saturday night for the WNBA All-Star festivities. Jonquel Jones ends up winning All-Star Game MVP, becoming just the 4th player in WNBA history to have won an All-Star Game MVP, a League MVP, and a Finals MVP. Names you may recognize: Candace Parker, Maya Moore, Lisa Leslie have all done it before. Did you watch the WNBA All-Star Game?
Chris, I watched about the first 3 minutes of it, and then I was with you. That was not taking priority of my night. We turned it off, and that was that. But it was fun to see highlights. Like, I seeing these on social media this morning, Caitlin Clark, a couple logo threes. Like, when you're not getting the alley-oops and the windmill dunks like you do in the men's All-Star Game, the NBA All-Star Game, watching Caitlin Clark hit a couple logo threes, that's pretty cool. That's fun to see. So there were festivities here in Chicago all weekend. So the city, was kind of alive with WNBA stuff. But it was not appointment viewing for me last night either.
Yeah, I was busy wallowing in another wasted Paul Skeens start. Had a season high 11 strikeouts, but the Buccos got a shutout by the Cubbies at PNC Park last night, 11-0. It was an ugly one. We'll talk plenty of baseball today as well, with, as I mentioned, the MLB trade deadline just 8 days away. But number 4.
Being a leader doesn't mean you know it all, right? I don't know it all. I'll be the first person to say that. Being a leader is being comfortable with raising your hand like, Michelle, I don't know. Can you explain that to me? I don't know X, Y, and Z. I want to learn, right? Somebody, being around somebody that feel like they know it all, I don't want to be around that person, right? I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. I want to learn from somebody else.
So that's Jason Tatum. A lot of echo because he's standing in the middle of a gym amongst a bunch of little kids for a Jason Tatum Foundation basketball camp event over the weekend, Kate. He's basically saying, listen, I don't want to be surrounded by people that everybody thinks they know it all. I want to learn from those around me. It's a great message for kids. Nice work by Jason Tatum. But a lot of people, as the internet does, as we do in the social media age, also want to sit there and start to sift between the words that were said and start to wonder, is he talking about somebody in particular when he's talking about that? I know we're going to strip away what is a nice, wholesome moment for a bunch of kids at a Jason Tatum basketball camp, and we're going to make it about him and Jaylen Brown, but that's what some people are doing this morning.
There is no reality TV like the NBA. Like these guys are like high school girls. They're so good at it too. The sly remarks, like the under the radar comments. The knock on Jaylen Brown is that, well, this is not a knock on Jaylen Brown. He's an extremely smart person. Like that's been noted. He went to Cal. He went to a very smart school.
Oh, Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown? Yeah. He went to Cal, like noted, but he's also, it's been said that he kind of thinks he's the smartest one in the room. He thinks he's kind of a know-it-all. So that is certainly a shot at Jaylen Brown with the disguise of being a motivational speech for young children.
I love it. And the fact that Jaylen Brown stays in the Eastern Conference, is now a part of another Eastern Conference title contender with the Sixers. The Sixers and Celtics, I don't think they've released the Christmas Day schedule yet for the NBA, have they? Maybe they have. I don't pay attention to when it comes out. But that's got to be a Christmas Day game, right? Sixers, Celtics on Christmas Day when everybody gathers around their TVs, whether it's for football or basketball. Yes, the back and forth, whether it's obvious and apparent or subtle and shady like that, is going to be a part of the entire discussion. We'll get into the Eastern Conference definitely and how it's affected by everything that's happened, including LeBron, who we'll get to in a second, a little bit later here on BetMGM Game Day. It's Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable, counting down the 5 biggest stories of the day and the week to start the show. We call it the High Five. Number 3.
I believed in taking this, that all that was going to play into this, building this elite program. You have the branding of LSU, you have the history of LSU, you have the Tiger Stadium, most iconic place to play college football, the Cathedral. And then you put that with us, with our systems, and I don't like talking about myself, whatever you call the Lane Kiffin factor. And you bring that in, as you allude to, and you combine that. I think that all goes into that. Now you have 12 players with Nike NIL deals, the first offensive lineman ever. No other schools above 8. We didn't say like 12, 11. We didn't say just SEC schools. So it's a big reason why we're here. When I said that first press conference, like, it's just different. We're going to make this thing different than anywhere else to go when you combine LSU and us, and you're seeing it. You know, we just on stage had that question in the Vanity Fair and all that, whatever. And as I walked off, and, you know, I didn't really want to say it, but, you know, when you talk about the changes of places, somebody said it the other day. They said, like a month ago or whatever, they were like, well, he's been here 6 months and he's had more 5-star signees and commits than he did in the previous 6 years combined.
Oh,
you know,
Lane
that's kind of
Kiffin.
proof to me of the decision. and of the combination of the two, us and LSU.
Lane Kiffin loves him some Lane Kiffin, Kate. He loves him some him. I know he filibustered for about 15 minutes after a couple of questions and during his opening statement at SEC Media Days this week. But between the power that the SEC already wields in college football's sort of larger landscape, and now Lane Kiffin going to LSU, a huge matchup week 3 back in Oxford, Mississippi against Ole Miss. At least for right now, at least through the first few weeks of the season, the main character in college football is that guy, and he knows it.
Oh, he referred to himself in the third person during his media day speech, and he also talked about the Kiffin effect. Like when you're talking about yourself like that, and the effect that you have on college football, and he does have a massive effect on it. But like, I don't know, do normal people refer to themselves as like the Kate effect? No, like we don't do that. 2,807 word opening statement, Chris. He didn't want any questions on Ole Miss. He took up as much time as he could before any questions were allowed to be thrown at him. And I think there were only 4 total. So Lane Kiffin knew a thing or two of what he's doing, and he certainly is at the forefront of the conversation and drama and whatever you want to call it within college football this season.
Yeah, and at the top of the hour, I want to talk about, because, like I said, the larger landscape of college football we know is heavily affected by what goes on in the SEC and the Big Ten. But if there's, like I said, a main character in the SEC and maybe in college football, at least through the first few weeks of the season, it's going to be Lane Kiffin. And I think it kind of crystallizes why the SEC holds as much power as it does when we talk about what the landscape of the sport looks like going forward. That's coming up at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific here as we get rolling on BetMGM Game Day. Continuing the high five with number 2.
Here's the great news. It looks like everyone's doing all right. The other driver seems to be doing all right. I don't want to speak to that because that's just secondhand knowledge. Kyle is doing good. He's got some bumps and bruises. He did suffer a concussion in the accident. Has some lingering effects from that concussion, and we're kind of treating this. We don't have a protocol for staff members when it comes to concussions, but we do with players, and it's become very helpful. So Kyle basically is going to be like in the protocol, and Doc Nino and all the great doctors we have are giving him great care. And we're going to let, the condition, the doctors dictate how he comes back, when he comes back. He's been in the building, so we've seen him. He's, it's kind of like we do with our players, a phased back approach.
Kyle Shanahan, the news came out yesterday, Kate, suffered significant injuries in a car crash back on July 14th, almost 2 full weeks ago. And it's going to keep him from starting training camp with the Niners because of the effects of the concussion, as well as the broken nose, the broken ribs, the broken hand, 40 stitches in his face, everything else, including the severe concussion, going to keep Kyle Shanahan from starting camp with the Niners. I don't think this will end up being a massive effect on the Niners season because, again, I imagine Kyle Shanahan recovers from the effects of this concussion. At least that's what we're hoping. And is back on the sidelines both at camp and for games very soon. But I do think there is some impact on the Niners getting camp launched this week without their head coach there.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be, right? And maybe it's more of like an emotional impact than really, what goes on the field of just, someone big is missing in the room, and that's your head coach. Very glad that everyone is okay, right? That's the first thing. But I think it's great that the 49ers are putting him through concussion protocol. Like, we haven't seen that ever for like a head coach, but it makes sense if you put the players through that, and your coach just had a concussion from a car accident, like make him go through all the steps to ensure that he's healthy before, because let's be real, Chris, the job of an NFL head coach is a little bit more stressful and demanding than maybe what you and I do on a daily basis. Yeah. So like making sure your head is ready to, your brain is ready to come back to that rigorous of a job, I think is pretty important.
Yeah, we'll get a little deeper in about 30 minutes into the immediate impact of Shanahan's absence at the start of Niners camp and just how much we think it will affect the Niners. That's coming up in just a little bit. But the 5 biggest stories of the day to start the show, the high five. You know where we're going with number 1.
As well, but this clearly for LeBron James, he looked at the rosters in Philadelphia after the Jaylen Brown trade. Remember, guys, like Stephen A. Courtney, the Sixers were not even in the picture. We're not on the map until Bob Myers and Mike Gansey went out there and traded for Jaylen Brown. So you have Tyrese Maxey, you have BJ Edgecombe, you have Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid. So LeBron James looked at that roster. He looked at the Cavaliers roster. He looked at the Heat roster, and he is choosing the Philadelphia 76ers for a historic 24th season, but he's signing a 2-year deal, a player option for a potential 25th season. So the Sixers and LeBron James are going into this that he could very well play a historic record 25th season. And this is about Bob Myers and Mike Gansey and a slew of their players from Tyrese Maxey, Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, all calling LeBron James, having relationships with LeBron James, specifically Tyrese Maxey, and selling them on that vision that it was about winning. And so LeBron James made a decision today that he believes the Sixers.
Shams Charania Friday on ESPN talking about LeBron James' decision to go to Philadelphia and sign that 2-year, $8 million deal that he was talking about there. There's a lot of different conversations that spin out of this, Kate, but you know, I remember talking about it right after the Lakers decided they weren't going to bring him back. And we looked at the landscape, and it was hard to figure out where LeBron was going to land that would get him in contention for a title again. And then, as Shams mentioned there, and we've talked about plenty, maybe the main character of the NBA offseason, Jaylen Brown, is traded to Philadelphia, if we want to talk about main character energy. And that changed everything because then LeBron could look at the Sixers lineup and say, okay, me, Embiid, Edgecombe, Brown, Maxey, that's a championship starting 5. We can maybe argue about the depth a little bit, or a lot, but that is an NBA Finals starting 5. And so I do have to give LeBron some credit here. He could have made an easy decision to go play in a comfortable spot in Golden State, or to put a bookend on his career in Cleveland or even Miami, where I imagine Pat Riley would let him call a ton of the shots with the Heat. Instead, he goes to a place that is notoriously difficult to play in Philadelphia, where the first time he has a bad night or the Sixers go on a rough stretch, he'll probably bear a large brunt of that because he feels like this is his chance to win a title. I give him some credit for that.
Yeah, it certainly is, of all the spots, the one that the pressure is on the most because of the roster that or the starting 5 that he's joining. If he doesn't win a title with Philly, like what's the conversation going to be for LeBron? But I think at the end of the day, that's what Rich Paul said and Shams reported, is that like LeBron, he's only playing to try and win. He's not playing for anything else. Clearly not the money. He took like a $40+ million pay cut, essentially, from his salary last year with the Lakers. So like it's all about winning a championship, and the pressure's on with Philly because that is the best spot for him to do it with that roster.
Yeah, and the dynamics of those starting 5 being on the floor together at any time, much less late in games, is going to be fascinating to watch play out. We'll dig into that a little bit later. The dynamics of the Eastern Conference now that you've got the reigning NBA champs who really didn't see a lot of roster movement in the New York Knicks, still there, favorites in the East, but all of a sudden you look up and the Sixers are right there because they've got, I think, inarguably the best starting 5 in the NBA right now. And you've got the question of LeBron's legacy, deciding to go to Philadelphia for the final year or the final 2 years. Is that legacy, as like I started the show saying, the second best player of all time, is that legacy on the line with this move to Philadelphia? We'll start to dig into that next, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up 1 hour from now, Mo Egger of ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati to talk Bengals as their camp opens this week and the AFC North as a whole as well. Top of the hour, just how much power does the SEC wield in college football as we've got legislation involved? We've got lots of big names trying to figure out what the future of college football looks like, and the SEC, after just wrapping up their media days, maybe at the top of the list as far as entities that wield power for how that landscape gets shaped moving forward. And in 20 minutes, what's the immediate impact of Kyle Shanahan's absence at the start of Niners camp? Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app, and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375 alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. The big news of the week, we mentioned it at the top of the show, Kate, obviously, and we'll talk about it from a number of different angles today. LeBron James deciding to sign in Philadelphia on a 2-year, $8 million deal with the player option for what would be that record-breaking 25th season in 27-28 if he decides to stick around for a second season. Who knows? Maybe the Sixers win a title this year and LeBron rides off into the sunset. That certainly would be a nice little cherry on top of the LeBron James legacy, right? Like, we would look at LeBron then, and he would be right there. I think he's already right there with Michael Jordan and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as the 3 best players of all time. Obviously, plenty of people want to argue about who's fourth on that Mount Rushmore: Kobe, Russell, Wilt, whoever. LeBron has already cemented, I think, his legacy amongst that group, but a title with another team at the end of his career would really put a polish to the shine whenever that bust goes into the Basketball Hall of Fame someday. But is his legacy on the line in so much as if he doesn't get that ring in Philly, Kate, it could be, we know what the Philadelphia media market is like. We know what Philly sports fans are like. It could be a dent in the armor of LeBron James if he goes out with a whimper in Philly.
Yeah, that's where my mind goes when you talk about legacy for LeBron in this last chapter of his career, is that what happens if you go to Philly and you don't win? Because on paper, let's just say that that's the best starting 5 in the NBA right now. I don't think that too many people would argue with that. So you go to a team that has, unbelievable talent. You handpick the team you're going to, you take a massive pay cut, all because you want a 5th ring, another championship, and you don't get it done. One, you're right. Philly fans are going to go nuts. They're not going to hold back on LeBron at all. And it just kind of feels like it's the narrative on LeBron then at the end of his career is you went to the best place possible to win a title. You were ring chasing again, and you still couldn't get it done. Whereas Michael Jordan won all his championships with the exact same organization, the exact same franchise. Right. He didn't ring chase. He wasn't moving around to the best possible scenario. So LeBron has the luxury, I guess you could call it, of picking the very best spot where he has a chance to win a title. And if he doesn't get it done, I think that's where the conversation is that you ring chase and you still couldn't do it. Whereas Jordan, did it with whoever was on the roster.
Yeah. And we make the comparison of LeBron to some of these other all-time greats, and immediately people go to, this is going to be his 5th, 4th, depending on how you want to define it, team he's played for. And, like you said, Michael only played for one team. Well, don't forget Washington. There was the year in Washington,
That's
which
true.
was not
Good
particularly pretty. Kareem played for 2 teams. Russell, Kobe, they were single jersey kind of guys. Magic, Larry, obviously. But Wilt played for 3 teams. Shaq played for 5 teams, 2 of the greatest big men in the history of the league. So I don't necessarily think it's the number of jerseys that are going to end up going next to LeBron's profile on the basketball reference page that takes away from the legacy. I think, like you said, a lot of it has to do with simply the outcome. Like, I hate to oversimplify it, but if the Sixers go to the NBA Finals this year, and let's say they get there and they don't win, okay? Let's say they lose to Wemby and the Spurs or SGA and the Thunder or Jokic and the Nuggets or whoever shows up from the West. If the Sixers get to the NBA Finals and don't win, I still think LeBron could look at that, and maybe that would entice him to come back, pick up the player option and come back for a second and year in Philly and 25th overall. But I think LeBron can still look at that and say, okay, I had a good run at the end. This wasn't Joe Namath with the Rams, right? Like, this was worth it in the end. But if the Sixers arrive in the playoffs next spring and get bounced in the first round, or forget that, get bounced in the second round, simply don't even make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, I think everyone, regardless of how it happens, even if it's because Joel Embiid gets hurt again, even if it's because, you know, Jaylen Brown and Tyrese Maxey want to argue over who gets the last shot, however it works out, I think it's all going to come to rest on LeBron's shoulders, and that will affect his legacy.
Yeah, because he's the difference maker in Philly right now, right? He's the one that he was the final piece of that roster where all of a sudden everyone said, okay, this roster can win a championship. I still think that the Sixers, you know, had a great shot of winning the East and going to the finals if with Embiid and Brown and Maxey. But the fact that now with LeBron moving over there, now in everyone's mind, they are one of the favorites to win the title. I mean, their odds shrunk significantly. So LeBron being kind of that final piece within the starting lineup that is what Philly fans, the media, people who cover the league think was the difference maker in taking them to a championship team. I think that is going to fall on LeBron. And he's the oldest. He's the most experienced. Like, you know, the oldest child sometimes has to bear a little bit more weight than the middle children. And he's the veteran. He's the leader of that team now. Like, it almost feels like this. Well, I'll ask you, Chris, is this LeBron's team? Like, the Lakers was Luka's team. This isn't LeBron's team in terms of like going forward and like the future of the Sixers, but like he's the leader of this team, right? Or is he going to be taking orders and listening to Tyrese Maxey? Like, how does that dynamic work?
Yeah, I'm very curious about the dynamics. I think it's Tyrese Maxey's team at this point. Like, he's the most talented guy on the roster. He can do it all. And it's not to take anything away from Jaylen Brown, because I've been a very big supporter of Jaylen Brown through the entire odyssey of getting shipped out of Boston and the Giannis rumors and everything else. But it's Tyrese Maxey's team. He's been there the whole time. And as much as people want to talk about Embiid's got to stay healthy for an entire playoff run before we ever consider it being his team. It's Maxey's team. And I think the dynamics of it will be very interesting. I think we could spend a whole segment, and maybe we should later, talking about the dynamics both on and off the court of whose team this is in the biggest, most consequential moments, not just in the regular season, because everybody could take a turn with the ball during the regular season. But once playoff crunch time shows up, and if we're talking about a run to the Eastern Conference Finals or the NBA Finals, who's the one getting the ball in those moments? I don't know if Maxey strikes me. And again, I kind of want to save most of this conversation for later, but I don't know if Maxey strikes me as the guy who's going to say, no, I have to have the ball in my hands for the final shot. He strikes me as the guy that would be more than willing to draw attention away from an opponent's defense, maybe draw a double team and dish off to Jaylen Brown or LeBron for the big shot. But I did notice there is are you the oldest, Kate, of the Constable clan?
No, I'm the third. I'm third of four. I'm a middle kid.
Yeah. So I thought that was the case. I could sense a little bit of a sting there in those words when you mentioned that. Like, you know what? When you're one of the middle kids, you're just basically raised by wolves. I mean, The oldest gets all the attention and the youngest is the baby, and you got to just survive. I could hear that in there.
And then the other middle child is the only boy in the family. So like he gets this special attention too. I'm just here, Chris. I'm just here.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I think I had the most fun of all the kids because I got the longest leash then, being the middle child that's kind of, so I had my fair share of fun. More. Oh, I got away with a lot.
As for the question of LeBron's legacy and how it stacks up, like, again, we could argue about like his place on NBA Mount Rushmore. I don't think that's arguable. I think he's one of the top 4 of all time. Mm-hmm. I do think, here's the thing, regardless of what LeBron does in Philly, unless it's something wild, like winning 2 titles in the next 2 years, I don't think it changes the fact that there will always be people, whether it's my generation, your generation, a lot of basketball fans older than 25 or 30 years old, who are always going to look at LeBron as second best. Like, I'm sorry, I grew up watching Jordan in the 90s. I know what the GOAT looks like, and that's MJ. And I'm sure there are people, our parents' generation, who would argue for Kareem because of his dominance just over a stretch of time as well. And certainly there's people who would argue for Kobe, or like we said, Russell, who won 11 freaking titles. Granted, at a time when the game was much different. I don't think, like, that's the only thing that gets LeBron's legacy in a positive way past Michael Jordan's, is somehow these Sixers win a pair of titles in the next 2 years. And then I think I'd be willing to take a step back and say, okay, he won 6. He won them in 4 different places, and 2 of them came at the very end when he wasn't necessarily driving the bus, but he understood his role. I would then be able to sit down and have a legitimate argument with someone about him versus MJ for the greatest of all time. I still can't, even if he goes out and wins a title this year with the Sixers.
I think you're spot on with that. It would have to be 2 titles there. And I mean, coming at the age of 41, like, I mean, that's part of it too. Like, no one has played as long as LeBron James has played. And the way he keeps his body in like tip top shape and is still able to do this, I think that would strengthen his argument, not only being at the end of his career, but the age he is at the end of his career, and the 4 different teams doing it. No one's won with 4 different franchises. And so that's huge, but you're right. Like, even if they do win a title this year, it will almost have an asterisk feel next to it of, okay, well, he had to go somewhere where they were just loaded in order to win this, even at that age, even all of that.
I think it's going to be, and again, we'll get into the dynamics of what it looks like in Philly, both on and off the floor, a little bit later in the show here on BetMGM Game Day. But I do think a lot of it has to do with, again, let's blaze the golden trail for the Sixers and say they go all the way to the finals and win a title. A lot of it will have to do with what it looks like and how, does LeBron come up with some of those big moments during that playoff run? Because, like we said, you're not going to be able to make this not Tyrese Maxey's team. Like, it's Maxey's team, and Embiid is going to be right there if he's healthy. And that's, I think, the only way the Sixers win a title is with a healthy Embiid. Embiid is going to be right there with Maxey. And I don't want to say Jaylen Brown and LeBron James are just sort of, passengers, because, again, if they're going to win a title, those guys have to have big moments. But a lot of it is what it looks like if there were to be a championship run for the Sixers and where LeBron and Jaylen Brown come up with those moments.
Yeah. I mean, if LeBron's hitting the dagger 3 to win the game, that changes the dynamic. That changes the conversation a little bit more than if he has, 12 and 6 in a NBA, if he's whatever he's averaging, So you're right. Those moments are kind of going to be what defines it. So not only do we have to wait to figure out, if LeBron's legacy improves, if they can win 2 titles, but like his role within those 2 titles as well, that also plays a role in how we view him going forward.
Yeah, this is a great trivia question from Kenny in our show chat. Who are the other 3 guys in the NBA to win titles with 3 different teams? And there's no way. I cheated. I looked it up because there's no way I was going to be able to come up with these names. Do you want to take a guess?
No, because I have no idea either.
Yeah. Okay. This is a perfect tease. Look at this.
Is Is one of them I might just totally embarrass myself.
No.
Contavious Caldwell-Pope. Does he have
No.
multiple? No. Okay.
No.
Then
No.
I
No
don't even want to
KCP.
continue.
The other three besides LeBron are names that you'll recognize, but as Kenny also mentioned in the chat, none of them are in the Hall of Fame. And we'll give you the answer. How about that for a great radio tease? We'll give you the answer. Plus, we got to talk about the impact of Kyle Shanahan missing the start of Niners training camp. All of that next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We've got an answer to the trivia question. We didn't plan to have a trivia question. That's not a thing we do here every weekend on BetMGM Game Day, but it came up because Kenny, who handles the sound for us here on Westwood One Sports, just threw it up in the chat as we were talking about LeBron James. Who are the other three players who have won titles with three different teams? I'll give you the answer in just a second. Plus, the breaking news yesterday, although the event happened almost 2 weeks ago, is that Kyle Shanahan will not be available for the start of training camp for the San Francisco 49ers. We'll talk about the immediate impact of that on the Niners in just a moment. Top of the hour, is Lane Kiffin the main character in college football in 2026? He certainly acted like it at SEC Media Days and has really since last January. But with the SEC wielding as much power as it does, it's something to keep an eye on, especially up through week 3 in particular. We'll get into all of that in about 30 minutes. Mo Egger of ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati to talk Bengals and AFC North. A little later, we'll power rank first-year NFL head coaches, too, here on BetMGM Game Day alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. Do you want to take one more guess, Kate, at the other three players besides LeBron James who have won titles with three different teams?
So Kenny was giving me a couple hints in the chat during the break. And so I figured out one, Danny Green.
Yes,
he is
Spurs,
one
Raptors, Lakers.
Yep. And then Kenny also, the other clue was guy known for big shots.
There it is.
Robert Horry.
Yes. Yeah. That's more than a hint. That's just giving you the answer, right? Rockets, Lakers, and Spurs. Big shot ball.
Exactly.
So there's one more.
I don't know the third. I don't know.
Okay. I mentioned when I looked up the answer that I don't remember this guy playing for the other two teams that he won titles with. I just remember him with the Bad Boy Pistons. And then you may remember the Best Damn Sports Show period on Fox years ago.
Mm-hmm.
John Sally won titles with the Bulls and the Lakers as well.
I would never have gotten that in a million years.
Never would have either.
Wait, what were the teams he won it with again?
Pistons, Bulls, Lakers. I don't remember him being on a Bulls title team, but apparently he
was. I was going to say the Bulls. Which year? Wow. Okay. Well, good for John Sally.
Also, great cameo in, I think it was Bad Boys 2. Maybe both of the first two Bad Boys movies. Doesn't matter. John Sally, Robert Horry, Danny Green, the other three guys to win three titles or to win titles with three different teams, which LeBron will try to make it 4 this year and maybe next year in Philly. We mentioned it off the top of the show, and it was a big story that broke yesterday, Kate. Kyle Shanahan going to miss the start of Niners training camp, recovering from injuries suffered in what sounds like it was a pretty bad car accident on July 14th. Broken ribs, broken hand, 40 stitches, a lot going on there, including concussion that he's still suffering from the effects of. I don't think it's going to end up being a massive story in the course of the Niners season, especially by the time the regular season kicks off and the Niners are battling with the Rams and the Seahawks for positioning in the NFC West and maybe getting back to the playoffs. But I do think if there is one time where it's really important for a head coach to be around and present, it's those first couple days of training camp where you're sort of setting the tone and starting to build the culture. Now, the Niners have a lot of guys who have been a part of building that culture over the years who haven't gone anywhere, right? Purdy, Kittle. We could run down the list of names of guys that are on that roster for multiple years now. But I do think this is the worst possible time, maybe, other than deep in the regular season for your head coach to have to miss some time, because as much as Chris Forrester, who is going to take over as the interim head coach, has been familiar with Shanahan, has been a part of the Niners staff going back since 2019. As much as he's been a part of it, I still think it's a bump in the road you have to move past if you're the Niners at the start of camp.
Yeah, I mean, the start of camp is when all the little details are put into place, and Kyle Shanahan just being one of the more detail oriented head coaches in this league, I think that's where the impact comes in versus anything long term. I mean, just not having his voice on the field and all the little intricacies that make the 49ers so dangerous offensively. Like I think that's the biggest thing. But outside of that, like, yeah, a lot of the staff has been there for a while. So I don't think like the flow or the structure of camp, like things like that, that's not going to change. It's just that when you don't have the voice of Kyle Shanahan to stop a play and say, nope, you need to pause here, you need to be a split second faster here, or those types of things that other coaches just, they're not Kyle Shanahan. So that's the biggest impact. And especially when all the new, the new playbook, the new installs are going in early on, like, I think that's where his absence will be felt the most versus anything long-term. I don't know, maybe you see it affect the first couple games of the 49ers aren't as crisp, but I don't even think that that's necessarily a thing.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, hopefully for not just Kyle Shanahan's sake, but everyone's sake in San Francisco, he's back sooner rather than later. And it doesn't affect them. But if it does, I don't think it's going to be a major impact. There's plenty of baseball today. We will talk deadline a little bit later and just what the market looks like. Are there really any sellers out there? And some of the teams like the Blue Jays, the Reds, the Tigers, maybe even the Mariners, Padres, who may view themselves as sellers with the deadline just 8 days away. But you hear the sound of the bat hitting the ball, and that means a reward's being dropped into your account. Inside the BetMGM app, you can take a swing each day in their free-to-play game. You get a hit, you'll score a reward. Depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or homer, you get a bigger reward. Exclusively available inside your BetMGM app. You play as the batter and then select an area of the strike zone. You get that hit, you win a prize, maybe even a $50 bonus bet or an odds boost token, parlay boost token, same game parlay boost token, all inside your BetMGM app. And we will get into what the deadline looks like with just 8 days to go until the Major League Baseball trade deadline a little bit later in the show. Coming up next, though, just how much power does the SEC wield in college football, especially when we talk about the landscape of the sport going ahead into the future? That's next right here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Live coast to coast, inside your Westwood One Sports app, always live inside your Odyssey app as well, AUDACY, and on Sirius XM channel 375. Welcome back into Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. Mo Egger just from Cincinnati, hosts afternoons on ESPN 1530 and 700 WLW in Cincy, and we'll talk to him about the Bengals and the AFC North. Maybe even ask him about the Reds, too, and where they're at with the MLB trade deadline now just 8 days away, which we will get into that discussion about who's willing to sell in this market a little bit later. We'll also power rank 1 hour from now first-year NFL head coaches based on expectations and how well we think they're going to do. Plus, we will get back into a conversation on the ripple effect of LeBron James signing in Philly across the rest of the NBA's Eastern Conference. But we heard Lane Kiffin at the top of the show, Kate, and I say it only partially joking. It feels like he's got some serious main character energy for at least the first few weeks of the college football season, culminating week 3, September 19th, a Saturday night in Oxford, Mississippi, LSU traveling to play Ole Miss. And we can get into that game specifically and just I think it's going to have a massive effect, but we can get into that in a couple of minutes because the SEC is what allows Lane Kiffin to have this main character energy. The SEC is what drives so many of the conversations in college football. And look, we're both Big Ten alum. We both live in Big Ten country, so maybe we look at it as the Big Ten having just as much impact. But when there are people in the SEC talking about breaking away, holding their own playoff, making their own set of rules, and sort of leaving the sandbox, taking their ball and going home, and people taking it seriously, I think it shows just how much power the SEC does wield in college football. And during SEC Media Days earlier this week, Commissioner Greg Sankey was just asked straight up about the seriousness of those conversations taking on behind the scenes in the SEC about breaking away from the rest of college football.
So you phrased the question, Eddie, of how real. So I'll take that as like real or not real. So they're real. People have talked about that. They've opined about the frustrations that bring them to the point of saying we should look at something significantly different. I do not believe that is a leverage point. I think that's just honest communication. I would prefer that stay in a meeting room or on a video conference and not be part of the D1 ticker the next morning. But I don't control all of that. And what I think is important is those comments represent a high level of frustration with the circumstance in which we find ourselves. We have regulated ourselves more aggressively than other colleagues by choice across our league. We've had different academic eligibility restrictions in the past. So we've had different transfer restrictions in the past. So some of what you hear comes out of a culture that we can regulate ourselves. But the frustration that exists is when you go to a meeting 8 years ago, we want to change the volunteer coach rule in a Division I setting. And the Division I membership can't see their way through change, and so that creates risk.
That's Greg Sankey, SEC commissioner, earlier this week at SEC Media Days, continuing to allow the conversation to drive forward, Kate, of the possibility of the SEC breaking away from the NCAA. And look, I think the NCAA, especially in regards to college football, is basically a toothless body. It doesn't really have much effect. Its effect is much more seen in basketball, obviously, where it negotiates the rights for March Madness. But as football goes, the NCAA has very little pull. It just doesn't. And so I don't blame the big boys in college football if they're thinking about just telling the NCAA to go kick rocks and managing the sport on their own. I think you have to find somebody who can lead that governing body, and they can't necessarily have ties or partialities to the SEC or the Big Ten or any other conference for that matter, and that's going to be difficult. But the SEC talking about breaking away on their own, as much as the SEC drives the conversation in college football, doesn't sound realistic to me. Or do you think they wield enough power that the SEC could say, nope, we're done with this charade. We're going to go off and do our own thing?
I think where the power comes in is the ability to say that, right? Like it might not happen ever, but just saying that gets everyone scared. It gets everyone talking, and all of a sudden, so like without even leaving the NCAA, the SEC still has power over everyone. It's, and I know Greg Sankey said this isn't a power play move. This is real type of thing. But I think that's, I mean, essentially what it is. It's negotiating. It's the position of strength that the SEC has. And you could say Big Ten too, because even if they just say, we're thinking about leaving, all of a sudden that has a ripple effect across all of football, and everyone gets their panties in a bunch. And the SEC hasn't even left yet. So, like, that's kind of where the power struggle comes in, is the SEC doesn't have to do anything, really. They just have to talk about it, and changes are made in college football.
Yeah, and I think that's the more concrete takeaway. The more realistic option here is not, people hear coaches around the SEC and Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the league, talking about breaking away from the NCAA. I don't think it's realistic to consider the SEC breaking away and, for instance, holding their own playoff and crowning their own national champion. Like, if they were to try to do that, I think they do lose a lot of legitimacy. I think it's them leading the conversation about the SEC and the Big Ten and maybe even the other Power Four conferences talking about breaking away and creating their own governing body. Because at this point, without politicians, unfortunately, trying to take control of it, which they're trying to do with this Protect College Sports Act that's being discussed by lawmakers right now. Without that, there is no one guiding this thing. So somebody has to step up and take charge and say, hey, we need somebody minding the shop and making sure that it's fair and equitable for everyone. And I understand that that's going to include Sankey and Tony Petitti of the Big Ten angling for the schools and the teams in their conferences. That's why I said earlier, it's got to be someone who is somewhat neutral or impartial in this thing, who can sort of step up and lead this going forward, because it's not going to work with the NCAA leading the way. And there's got to be a way to find a system that can work, that does include not just the SEC and the Big Ten and Notre Dame, but includes the Big 12, includes the ACC, includes the group of six. And I feel like we're getting closer to that, but I think Sankey acknowledging the elephant in the room is real and not just a hallucination. That's a real elephant over there in that corner, is a big part of this, maybe gaining some momentum going forward.
So I totally agree with you. I think you need a third party type of person, group to govern the SEC, the sport in general. But isn't that essentially just creating a new NCAA? Just right. And then the SEC and the Big Ten have power over what rules that new governing body has. Like, it feels like we're just kind of going in a circle here with college football of like, we're going to phase out the NCAA, but we still need someone like it. We just want different rules and things like that. And then it kind of goes back full circle of, okay, you just created a brand new NCAA just under a different name and having different rules. And that might be the answer to it. Like, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because clearly the NCAA isn't doing a whole lot right now. Like, it's not working with the power, whatever, that the NCAA has. But eventually I feel like we're just going to be creating a new NCAA, just it won't be called the NCAA.
Yeah, and I think that might be, like you said, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, I think somebody actually having, I think somebody actually having the power and the willingness to enforce things in college football and to create rules in what is now the wild, wild west would be important. And whether it takes lawmakers to build the structure of what it looks like, okay, we can't expand a conference beyond 20 teams, and You can't leave one Power 4 conference to go to another without, playing independent for a few years. It prohibits the poaching because the Super League conversation that has been out there for the last few years, and the powers in the Big Ten and the SEC and Notre Dame all coming together to put their own thing together, is going to include the poaching of the Clemsons and the Florida States and the Miamis from the ACC and whoever may get poached from the Big 12 as well. And I think that's what we all want to avoid. Like, I don't have any great interest in there being some sort of college football super league. I think I'd like to see the Power 4 remain the Power 4, the group of 6 still have a seat at the table, and still retain the ability for programs who are at the Power 6 level now to climb up and join the Power 4 ranks if they can find the level of success necessary to join the big boys, and have a structure built around the whole thing. And I'm not talking about promotion and relegation or anything like that, but have a structure built around it that makes sense. And everybody shares in the wealth, and we really do have a true Power 4 and not the two big boys, the SEC and the Big Ten, and then the Big 12 and ACC fighting for the scraps.
Right, because if it does go to a super conference, it almost just feels like all of those smaller schools, even the ones left over from the Big 12 and the ACC, they're done. Like all the TV rights deals, all the money is going to follow that super conference. And so what are those other schools that are left behind? What type of revenue are they bringing in every year if they don't have a part of the TV deals and all of that? So essentially they're going to get phased out, and it might be a very long time before that happens, but they're going to kind of become totally irrelevant, and it's just going to be that super. So I think we need those smaller schools. We need the Boise State type of things, the Arizona State type of, schools. I think that's important for college football. So if those go away, I mean, I think that's just doing a disservice to the sport, and, not as many opportunities for kids to play. Like, this is still a college sport. As much as these are professionals, they're still kids playing college football.
Right. And it may mean millions and millions and millions more for the big boys, but I think it's cutting off their nose to spite their face. And it's chasing the quick dollar rather than enhancing the health of the sport overall. Like you talk about, having those teams that can be a part of the conversation, the group of 6 teams, the SMUs, the North Texases, whoever it may be. I'm just throwing names out there. To have them still have a seat at the table is very important. And I think some folks get so caught up in, say, conference pride, especially in the SEC, that they hear the rumblings of, the SEC might break away, and they look at it as simply the SEC going off and doing their own thing. No, I think this is a chance for Greg Sankey and the SEC, like I said, to sort of forge the path forward with hopefully help from Tony Petitti and the Big Ten and the Big 12 and the ACC, and then the group of 6, and everybody sort of marches forward together in the opposite direction of the NCAA. And just the same way they've built a college football playoff committee, they build a governing body that actually holds schools and athletic departments and football programs to the rules and has a structure in place that isn't constantly shifting every 4 or 5 years either, because that's a big part of it for college football as well. The traditions that have been lost over the years through conference realignment, all of that. One thing that I think is going to happen in the first few weeks of this season specifically, Kate, and it's in the SEC, is that September 19th game in Oxford, Mississippi. I think it's a 7:30 kick on ESPN between LSU and Ole Miss, is going to be the early peak, if not the total peak, of the college football regular season. Because one of the other things we've lost is that you get deep into October and November, and yeah, there's still important games being played. Teams fall out of the playoff chase with too many losses. But I don't know if one game necessarily, aside from maybe Ohio State, Michigan, and a couple other rivalry games, necessarily will have the same weight that this LSU Ole Miss game is going to have in week 3. Like, with Lane Kiffin being the main character of college football right now, we don't usually get these kind of conference matchups early in the season. But this is just massive for so many reasons. And I don't know if I've ever looked forward to a September college football game that will have this much emotion and this much meaning behind it as that one, week 3, September 19th in Oxford.
Chris, there's I think it's a late October, early November date where everyone's like, you better not have a wedding on that day because there's so many great matchups, right? Like, you better not have a wedding on September 19th and the ceremony at 6:30 p.m. because everyone will be glued to their TV. Like, that is the biggest game in college football until those later games, but it might be the biggest game in college football all around because of the narratives for it, not necessarily the on-field play or implications of, standings or record or anything like that, but just Lane Kiffin going back to Ole Miss. The fact that this game's being played in Oxford, like, that is huge. So yes, I mean, anyone who watches college football, anyone who pays attention to college football, even in the slightest, I feel like is going to be glued to their TV that night for that game. And honestly, like, you'd have to imagine all game days, whatever network it is, their game day is going to be at that that game. Like, all the TV will be there. So it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. And you're right. Early September games, like, yeah, we got Ohio State, Texas last year with Arch Manning making his first start. Like, that was a big game, but I still would put Lane Kiffin going back to Ole Miss after how last year ended and his departure there with his team making the playoff, him choosing, like, the narratives are just unbelievable that is going to be one of the best weeks of college football very early on.
Yeah, and like you said, there are always big games early in the season, like some of the kickoff classics, Clemson, LSU. We'll have Texas, Ohio State again this year. But you don't get an in-conference matchup with not just this much emotion and meaning behind it, but also two teams that I would think, if things go the way they expect them to, will be a part of the playoff conversation late in the year, and we'll look back on that game as having a massive impact on whether it may end up getting used by the committee in December to decide the playoff field. Like, well, remember when LSU went into Oxford and beat Ole Miss, or remember when Ole Miss held off LSU in that week 3 game? It may end up deciding a lot of things, and that's why I think this one is just so unique. It may be the biggest September college football game when you roll everything up into it that we've ever had. And I don't like to do, like, the big grandiose statements, but I really think it might be. Coming up in about 20 minutes, LeBron's impact on the Eastern Conference as a whole. The Sixers aren't priced as the favorites in the Eastern Conference right now, but should they be? Where do the Celtics fall in all of this? What about the Pistons, who had the best record in the East last year? We take a look at the Eastern Conference as a whole and LeBron's move to the Sixers' impact on that in 20 minutes. But coming up next, we talk Bengals, training camp about to open, and AFC North with Mo Egger of ESPN 1530 in Cincy. He joins us next right here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. Your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
And yeah, there's a ton going on. Obviously, the Major League Baseball trade deadline is just 8 days away. We'll dig into that about an hour from now here on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Days. Anybody yet ready, willing, and able to sell? We saw one move last night. Will there be more and many more moves of a larger nature to come over the next week or so? We'll get into it just a little bit. Top of the hour, we will power rank first-year NFL head coaches, and in 20 minutes, LeBron's move to Philly and the ripple effects on the rest of the NBA Eastern Conference. But training camps have opened in several spots already, and by this time on Wednesday, they will be open everywhere across the NFL, including in Cincinnati, where the Bengals have gone out and tried to bolster their defense. You got a healthy Joe Burrow, which means just about anything is possible. Here to talk to us about all of it from ESPN 1530 and 700 WLW in Cincinnati, the great Mo Egger. Good afternoon, Mo. How you doing, my friend?
Doing well, guys. How are you?
Great. Let's start there with Joe Burrow. He's said multiple times over the last year that he feels like this Bengals team, I guess, can do more. And they've always been somewhat, veiled comments. Is it subtle shade toward the organization? Is it maybe a foreshadowing of Burrow not being happy with the organization and wanting out at some point in the future? But I think all of that smoke maybe that's sort of lingered around this offseason doesn't necessarily add up, at least in my opinion, to what the Bengals are actually capable of this year. Just what are they capable of this year? Because I am high on the Bengals. I know some people are, some aren't. They don't think enough was done with the defense. But I think as long as Burrow is healthy, like I said, anything's possible.
Yeah, I think if all the pieces fit on defense, and that's probably a pretty big if, but if all the pieces fit on defense, they have a chance to be one of the best teams in the AFC. We do a lot of, and I know this is done around the country, but we certainly do a lot of it here. A lot of Joe Burrow's psychoanalysis to the point that I think it's exhausting, right? I mean, every syllable of every press conference is just parsed. We're constantly reading his body language. Is Joe unhappy? Why is Joe unhappy? What's Joe's mood today? This offseason, though, when he has spoken publicly, I think his vibe mirrors the fan base. He is re-energized. He's rejuvenated. And so I think we're always talking about, like, where's Joe mentally right now? And this could obviously change based on how the season unfolds. It feels like he's in a great place. His exact words were, quote, "We have what we need," which to me, that sort of puts the onus on Joe Burrow to go get it done. But I think if you're a Bengals fan, if it's now all about Joe Burrow and the pieces around him are good enough, you feel pretty good about that, right? It's remarkable. There aren't a lot of teams that win 6 games one season and the next year you leave one side of the ball totally intact. That's what they've done offensively. They probably are putting Joe behind the best offensive line he's ever played behind, which frankly is not saying much, but you start there. It's Joe, it's Jamar, it's T, it's Chase Brown. It's an offensive line that at the end of the season last year was playing very well. Oh, and this offseason, as opposed to last year, they actually made an attempt to try to fix the defense. Now, I would argue they could have made one more move because I'm not sure what they're doing at linebacker is going to work. But if you look everywhere else defensively, they have addressed specific needs: safety, interior of the defensive line, edge rusher. I'm not sure who the slot corner is going to be. But beyond that, you look at the pieces they have on defense and you feel like if they come together offensively, we know what they are. The idea for this team this year is to not do what they've done 7 times over each of the last 2 seasons, which is score 30 points or more and lose. This offense has cooked often the last couple of years. They haven't taken advantage of it. You assume if the defense is better and the offense cooks, this team's going to win a dramatically larger number of games in 2026.
Mo, let's say the defense comes together and it looks great early on in the season and things are clicking how the organization hopes they will. How do the Bengals stack up within their division?
Well, I think what people are sort of buying here is that they have a chance to take advantage of a division that's in transition, right? Because every other team has a new head coach, including in 2 cities where they never have a new head coach. And so Jesse Minter is from Cincinnati, so you'll find a lot of people who think he's going to be awesome, and I'm among them. I've known Jesse since he was in college, but he's still a rookie, new head coach. The Baltimore Ravens are considered the favorites in the AFC North, and I think understandably so, but that's not a team without questions. At some point, Derrick Henry's going to have to show his age, I guess, and then there's maybe going to be a little bit of an acclimation process in Pittsburgh with Mike McCarthy, although he's obviously very familiar with the quarterback, and the Browns, frankly, just simply aren't going to be very good. And so I think here, what the Bengals have done this offseason has been terrific, right, in terms of adding players, but the timing is also really good for them as well. Division in transition. I think the frustrating thing about last year here and in other cities was the AFC seemed to be very wide open. Right now, because of the relative ease of the schedule, the Bengals are projected to be favored in 15 of their 17 games. They don't have to play a divisional primetime game on the road. A lot of things externally set themselves up for the Bengals to have success. And something else that I think is also worth pointing out, we've joked about it a lot on our show. There's been nothing to talk about since mid-May. Why? Because you don't have a player angry at his contract. We don't have Trey Hendrickson grandstanding because he wants to be traded or wants a long-term deal. We don't have a rookie like Shamar Stewart last year holding out, which never happens in this day and age. And he held out the first few days of training camp and had some things to say about how the whole process was playing out during minicamp. They don't have the threat of a hold-in. They don't have a player angling for a new deal, threatening to get traded. And for the last 4 or 5 years, those things have been off-season mainstays in Cincinnati. And so I think when you look at the environment around the team and you look at the environment around the Bengals in the division, yeah, they've made their team better, or at least they think they've made their team better. But it does feel like because of just the overall state of the division, the AFC, and how the offseason has unfolded, that this is their time.
So all of that said, Mo, the handful of signings on the defensive side of the ball to bolster what was a terrible defense last year, the draft picks that were taken on that side of the ball, everything staying intact on the offense from an offense that, like you said, when it cooks is just deadly. How much pressure is on Zach Taylor?
A lot. I mean, you think at the beginning of last season, we were talking about a new defensive coordinator and a whole bunch of new coaches on both sides of the ball. Without success, head coaches typically don't get a chance to clean house multiple times. And maybe cleaning house would be a bit of an overstatement, but still, like last year it was, well, they're going to be better because of all the new coaches. Most of us saw through that and said you didn't fix a bad defense from 2024. But okay, last year it didn't work because the front office didn't do enough to make the defense better. This year, they've done some very uncharacteristic things for this organization, trading away cheap labor in the 10th overall pick in exchange for an expensive guy in Dexter Lawrence. That is the most un-Cincinnati Bengal type move ever. So kind of feels like the front office has done its part. Zach Taylor's swapped out defensive coordinators and a lot of position coaches. He's got Joe Burrow. If he stays healthy, and they don't win, I think the finger is going to be pointed very squarely at Zach Taylor. And while this is a famously patient franchise, my guess will be that if this season looks anything like last season, the Bengals will have a new head coach in 2027.
So it's been since 2022 the Bengals have made the playoffs. Quite a while. I mean, that franchise hungry for a playoff berth. If they don't make the playoffs this year, what's the reason going to be for that?
The same reasons as the last 3 years. Either Joe Burrow gets hurt again, and unfortunately that's his track record. As awesome a player as he has been when healthy, he's not healthy enough. He's played 6 NFL seasons. In 3 of them, he has spent significant time on the injured list, twice with season-ending injuries. So that's the first one, right? Can he stay healthy? Can he play at least most of the 17 games? If the answer is no, and obviously you could say this about a lot of teams, as wonderful as Joe Flacco was when he got here last year, then any talk of this team contending for anything meaningful goes out the window. And then I think the other one is if the pieces on defense don't fit, and if the dramatic improvement everybody is expecting and the dramatic improvement that the front office has invested in, if that doesn't pay off and the defense, again, like 2 years ago, Joe Burrow was an MVP finalist on a team that didn't make the playoffs. He was that good, but they kept wasting his best performances. Last year, whether it was Joe Burrow or Joe Flacco, they had games where they scored 40 points and didn't win. The defense was historically bad. And for all of the upgrades they've made, their worst position group last year was linebacker, and they literally haven't touched that position. Didn't sign any established free agent, didn't draft one. So they kind of are riding and dying with 2 guys who as rookies last year really struggled. They're banking on those guys being significantly better. If they're not, and the other pieces don't fit on defense, then the dramatic improvement we're all expecting from that side of the football isn't necessarily going to take place.
Mo Egger of ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. I want to go back to that defense because, like you said, Mo, they didn't make any moves at linebacker. But, I mean, I, again, personally, as someone who is in an AFC North city, was impressed with the moves that they made up front. Dexter Lawrence, you mentioned, Mafe, Allen, and then obviously the moves at safety that you mentioned, Brian Cook. Really liked Kyle Duggar in his limited work with the Steelers last year. I think that's a nice move for their secondary as well.
Mm-hmm.
You did mention earlier, though, the worry that, how does it all come together? And the first 4 weeks of the schedule is not really a chance to sort of slowly ease into this thing. Tampa, a trip to Houston, a trip to Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, before maybe a little bit of a respite against Miami in week 5 and an early bye in week 6. Is there a concern that if Al Golden doesn't get all the pieces doing what he wants them to do, that they put themselves behind the 8 ball and are just having to go out early in the year and light up the scoreboard again to win as they have the last few years?
Yeah, and along with that is for all of the success the Bengals have had offensively, they're always bad at the beginning of the season. Last year they did start 2-0. Joe got injured in the second game, but their first game of the season against the Browns offensively, they were atrocious, and they were a missed kick away from losing that football game. So I think you sort of combine the two. It's like, all right, they do have a track record, even with all this weaponry, even with Joe Burrow, the track record is they start slow on offense. Okay, well, if they start slow on offense and the defense doesn't coalesce quickly, what is that going to look like? There's a very legitimate fear. I think, like, if you go, okay, look at the AFC North, maybe there's going to be a little bit of an acclimation process early in Pittsburgh and Baltimore and Cleveland. That means the Bengals have a chance to kind of get out in front and play from ahead. They have 7 straight 1 o'clock Sunday games, so no schedule weirdness. They've got to take advantage of that. And the way they do, I think it's going to be interesting to see how much the starters on defense play. Because last year, the starters on defense played in the preseason a lot, and they were terrible. And that sort of foreshadowed how they were going to play once the actual real game started. I think it's going to be interesting to see how much those guys go. But yeah, if it doesn't come together quickly, understanding they have a track record of slow starts on offense, and then looking at the opponents they play, there's a very real fear that they could blow their opportunity to, I don't know, start from ahead. They're always starting slow and playing catch up in the middle of the season, and I think there's a real hope that changes this year. It only really does if the improvements we're expecting on defense are evident week 1.
I know you got a trip to Skyline Chili planned, so we don't want to keep you much longer. before we let you run, Mo, I do have to ask about the Reds. 6 games out of the final wild card spot in the NL, 6 teams between them and the final wild card spot, but a chance to maybe take 2 out of 3 this afternoon from the Cardinals, one of those teams that's ahead of them in the standings, a big series, maybe not standings-wise, but just for testing yourself coming up against the Guardians, and then 4 against the Pirates, another team you're battling for positioning with in the NL wildcard standings. Are Reds fans ready to cash in with the deadline 8 days away? And what does that look like? Because I know they don't want to completely tear it down with the young talent they've got in place, and there is young talent in place. So what does it look like for the Reds at the deadline?
Sellers, and not like a fire sale where everything's got to go. You mentioned the young talent they have. They've got a core. I mean, Chase Burns and Sal Stewart. Chase is not technically a rookie, but this is his first full big league season. Same for Sal Stewart. We're both all-stars this year. Hunter Green can never stay healthy. He's the Joe Burrow of Cincinnati Reds baseball, but he's a terrific pitcher. And so Chase Burns, Hunter Green, Andrew Abbott, who was an all-star last year, 1, 2, 3 in your starting rotation, I think you would find most executives that would say, I'm not tearing down a team that has those 3 guys plus Ellie De La Cruz and Sal Stewart. So there's a core there, but they have so much work to do. They need a center fielder. They're stuck with, and Chris, you know this guy well, Key Brian Hayes at third base, a trade that last year made no sense to me whatsoever. He can't hit at all. Good field, no hit, doesn't work at third base. They've had below league average or league worst production from second base, center field, leadoff spot, right field, third base. So they're going to sell some parts. I think there's a pretty decent chance they trade away Tyler Stevenson, their starting catcher, who's going to be a free agent at the end of the season. I think everybody needs bullpen help. So Brock Burke, Pierce Johnson, guys like that, they could be moved. I'm not sure you're going to get a lot in return for those guys. Nathaniel Lowe, who they got this offseason, he's a free agent at the end of this year. Eugenio Suarez, who has been a disappointment but has swung the bat really well since the All-Star break. I think they're going to try to unload him. And so, it's cliche. You hear say, well, we're not rebuilding, we're retooling. They're going to try that. I think the unfortunate thing for them is fans are just so tired of it. I mean, it's a hamster wheel of they go half in, they have good players, don't take advantage of them, then they retool again. I mean, it's just they own the longest drought without advancing in the postseason in major professional sports. That is not going to end this year. And so they can make some maneuvers at the deadline to improve their chances of being better next year or the year after that. But fans here are so tired of hearing about next year or the year after that. And I go back to 2022. There was a lockout that offseason. After the lockout, the Reds traded away Jesse Winker, Eugenio Suarez, Sonny Gray. They had traded away Tucker Barnhart. They let Nick Castellanos walk. A few months later at the deadline, they traded away Luis Castillo and Tyler Mahle. That team lost 100 games. But the following season, Ellie De La Cruz, Matt McClain, Andrew Abbott, this just Christian Encarnacion Strand, who they've given up on and is now raking with the Baltimore Orioles, Noelvi Marte. In 2023, they spent much of the summer in first place, and there was a real sense of, God, this team's about to be really good. And the ultimate payoff from all that, 83 wins and a quick bouncing by the Dodgers in the postseason last year, and a season this year that has been a massive disappointment. I have been here my entire life. I've seen fans express frustration with the Bengals. I'm not sure there's anything right now more toxic than the relationship between the Reds and a lot of their fans who are just tired of hearing about rebuilds and retooling and there never being a payoff. We're constantly told, hey, they're going to be good here soon, and they never really are.
Yeah, there's not the opposite of love is not hate, it's ambivalence, and it sounds like some Red fans have reached that point. Mo, great stuff. We appreciate your time as always, man. We'll catch up soon.
Appreciate you having me. Thanks.
Thanks,
Absolutely. Mo Egger, ESPN 1530, 700 WLW in Cincinnati. To get back to the Bengals, Kate, like the fact that Mo mentions that Cincy fans still have that fire, like at times they hate the Bengals, at times they love the Bengals, I think is clear that they still believe they're capable of so much more, like Joe Burrow has been saying this offseason. I'm in on them this year. Again, it all depends on Burrow staying healthy, but I think they did enough to bolster that defense just to the point where they don't have to score 35 points every week. I don't know how you feel about the Bengals, but I feel like they're in a good spot for Zach Taylor to get back to the playoffs and save his job.
Yeah, I would plus 170 or minus 175 rather for the Bengals to make the playoffs this year over at BetMGM. That's a lot of juice, but I would say the Bengals are making the playoffs this year. And I like that Mo said that Joe Burrow kind of seems re-energized a little bit. He's excited about the season. I mean, as long as if you have Joe Burrow on your team and an okay defense, you should win enough games to make the playoffs, even in a tougher division. But Mo also mentioned it's kind of a division that's a little bit in flux. So some changes and some, that's a little bit more of an opening for the Bengals to sneak in there.
Yeah, I don't have the number in front of me right now. Bengals plus 185. There it is to win the AFC North. I wouldn't mind that one at all because I think Minter's going to have some issues adjusting to the head coach position in Baltimore. The Steelers, probably a wild card team again at best if everything goes well. And everybody gets 2 wins to start with because you got the Browns in the division. So there's that. We will power rank, speaking of Jesse Minter, first-year NFL head coaches coming up at the top of the hour here on BetMGM Game Day alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. But coming up next, the impact on the Eastern Conference race in the NBA. LeBron goes to Philly. Everyone says it's the best starting 5 in the league. Why aren't they favored to win the Eastern Conference then? That's next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up top of the hour, we will power rank first-year NFL head coaches. There are 6 rookie head coaches in the NFL. We usually power rank 1 through 5, so essentially we're telling you what we think of all 6 of them. That coming up at the top of the hour. Also a little bit later, we dive into the MLB trade deadline market with that deadline just 8 days away. And coming up 1 hour from now, somebody's taking some heat for something he said about his fan base, but I think he's probably right. We've talked a lot of LeBron, Kate, and we'll continue later to dig into what that dynamic is going to look like with the 5 in that starting lineup. But I think a lot of us agreed that, well, the Sixers become an Eastern Conference favorite after this move was made. And it's taken until this morning, at least at BetMGM, for the Sixers to finally move ahead of the Knicks, both in the NBA Finals odds. Philly is 8-1, New York 9-1, and in the Eastern Conference odds, it's now Philly plus 350, New York plus 360. But that wave, that surge of momentum is continuing over the last 48 hours or so.
And I would imagine it continues, Chris, until the start of the season, because until the start of the season, everyone is healthy, right? Joel Embiid isn't injured, or at least let's hope he doesn't get injured before the start of the season. But I think you're going to
just continue. You never know, Kate.
Exactly. You're going to just continue to see money coming in on the Sixers to shorten those odds. My advice would be to wait. Don't bet them at this price. Wait until maybe the, season starts and takes a little while for them to gel. They drop a couple games early. Another team in the East gets hot and moves up the board. But yeah, I mean, it's not surprising that these odds are just slashed completely from what they were prior to the LeBron move.
Do we consider anyone besides the Sixers and the Knicks from the East capable of winning the NBA title?
Probably not. I mean, I don't think, even with Giannis on the Heat, I don't think they're a title contender this season. I still think they need more moves. So, no. And the Celtics, without Jaylen Brown, their roster needs a little bit more work. I don't think so. Maybe we're overlooking the Pacers, Chris, because Halliburton will be back. That could be a team that I think gets lost in the shuffle just because of how bad they were last year, but they had no Halliburton.
No, that's a great point, that with all the talk about who the contenders are in the East, the Pacers have been lost in the shuffle, and they should be right there in the conversation with the Knicks, Sixers, and even that second tier of teams like Detroit, Cleveland, Boston. I guess we roll Toronto in there as well with the return of Kawhi Leonard. So, but I don't see that any of those second tier teams, aside from maybe the Pacers, maybe including the Pacers, like Boston, Detroit, Toronto, Cleveland, I don't see them as possible NBA title contenders. A little bit later, about an hour from now, we'll get back into the LeBron trade to Philly and talk about the dynamics of this thing with these 5 in the starting lineup together. But coming up next, we power rank rookie NFL head coaches. We'll tell you who's going to have the best year right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Kenny just threw in the chat during the break, Kate, that you can parlay the Sixers to make the play-in and win the NBA title for 200-1. And I said that's something they would definitely do. We'll get back into LeBron to the Sixers and what the dynamics of that lineup look like on and off the court 1 hour from now here on BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable on Westwood One Sports, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Coming up in 20 minutes, the MLB trade deadline market. How many of these teams are actually sellers? Do we have maybe 6, 7, 8 of them? I don't know. We'll discuss which teams should be in and which teams should be out. And before 2 o'clock Eastern, 11 Pacific, somebody said some things that made his team's fans mad, but I think he's probably right. That's on the way as well. We will power rank rookie NFL head coaches in just a second, but maybe you're still riding high from the British Open last weekend and you want to bet some golf. BetMGM players, you can get a golf odds boost token right now inside your app. To use it, all you got to do, add any golf wager your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. So with training camps opening up around the league, Kate, a few have opened already. The remainder will all open up in the next 72 hours. There are 6 guys who are taking the reins for the very first time as head coaches. Mike LaFleur in Arizona, Clint Kubiak in Las Vegas, Jeff Hafley in Miami, Jesse Minter in Baltimore, Todd Monken in Cleveland, Joe Brady in Buffalo. And we are going to do our best to tell you who we think is going to have the most success this year out of those 6 rookie head coaches as we power rank them right now. We power rank every week here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. I'll let you go first, Kate. Power rank them from 5 to 1 rookie NFL head coaches in 2026.
All right, Chris, here we go. And we'll know who the least confident coach is based on who's not on this list because, like you said, there are 6 of them. So I'm going to go with, at number 5, Mike LaFleur, Cardinals head coach.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm always interested to see your reactions to all these.
Why do you have LaFleur number 5?
Because I have other people ahead of him.
Well, obviously that's the math, Kate. Who's off the? I gotta just let this play out. I'm getting it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going of who I think is going to have the most success this year.
Okay. LaFleur number 5.
LaFleur number 5. I mean, at the Cardinals, he doesn't even know who his quarterback's going to be because Jacoby Brissett won't sign a contract. Like, you might have Carson Beck as your quarterback. So I just don't think, like, if we're talking wins and success on the field, I'm not sure that it's going to come in year 1 under Mike LaFleur. You also play in the toughest division in the NFL right now. You're going up against the Rams, the Seahawks, the Niners. So I think Mike LaFleur, can be a very good head coach in this league, but it's not going to come in year 1 in terms of having success. Okay. All right, number 4. I'm going Clint Kubiak, the Raiders. You've got Fernando Mendoza, who we all expect to have a good career, but he's still a rookie quarterback, so you have a lot of development there. I think Kubiak's a great offensive mind, offensive teacher. He can develop Fernando Mendoza, but again, rookie quarterback. You have a roster that's still kind of continuing to fill holes every offseason. So roster construction wise, I don't think they're one of the more dangerous ones. And then you also play in, again, the AFC West. So another tough division. All right. Number 3. This could be debatable. This will likely be debatable amongst us. Todd Monken, the Browns. I think, that makes me think maybe Monken's not even on Chris's list.
We're going to find out in a second.
He has head coach experience at the college level, right? So and he's been in the NFL for a long time, been with the Browns before, great offensive mind. It's just, does the quarterback situation in Cleveland come together this year? If it does, I think that he's got a pretty high ceiling. High ceiling is based on where the Browns
Relative.
have been. I mean, maybe, yes, relative. But I think there are some things to work with, and the schedule not terribly hard. I think that they could win a decent amount of games. So Monken, number 3.
Okay.
Number 2, Jesse Minter and the Ravens. You're inheriting Lamar Jackson. You're inheriting a incredible roster, one that could easily compete for the division, potentially compete for a Super Bowl. But I think what sets this Jesse Minter at number 2 apart from my number 1 is the fact that you're taking over for a head coach that's been there for so long. You're having to establish your new organization, your leadership, all of that type of stuff. But you do have a loaded roster, and schedule, fine. Okay. Not, terrible, but number 1, Joe Brady. You get Josh Allen. You now have DJ Moore. Great front office, and you've been with the organization. You're not starting from ground zero and building up.
Right.
Like, there's familiarity between you and your quarterback. He's been calling plays for Josh Allen forever. Like, those types of things, you don't have to install kind of like that new culture. It's just there already. So I think Brady's walking into the best situation of anyone, and that leaves Jeff Hafley off the board. I just think the Dolphins are going to be a mess this year. They already have a couple of huge key injuries. I just think it's going to be a disaster of a season for Hafley, so I had to leave him off my list.
Yeah, so we have 3 people in the same spot, 2 in different spots, and I'll get to my rankings in just a second. But I think, look, it's hard to argue with Brady near the top of the list for all the reasons that you mentioned. It's hard to argue with Minter near the top of the list as well, again, for all the reasons you mentioned. So I think our rankings are going to be very similar, except for a couple of key differences. I will just jump right into mine because a lot of my takeaways, I'll be honest, are similar to yours. And I'll start at number 5 with one of the key differences in our list. I have Todd Monken at number 5. The only key thing keeping Todd Monken as a rookie head coach with the Cleveland Browns on this list is the fact that, well, we both have the same guy off the list. I'll just spoil it right now. Hafley's my number 6. Like, you're right. The Dolphins are going to be a disaster. I know he worked in the same building as Malik Willis last year, but Hafley coming from the defensive side of the ball, I don't know how much impact that's going to have on Malik Willis and the Dolphins, being as they have nobody to actually throw the football to either. I think it's going to be a rough sled for the Dolphins this year. So, yeah, I don't even have Hafley on my list, and I have Monken at number 5 because I do think, if nothing else, he will find a way to sort of, I guess, manage this offense, for lack of a better way to put it. Like you said, developing their future quarterback, whoever it may be, is what it's all about in Cleveland right now. Unfortunately, they're going to be stuck starting Deshaun Watson because they're paying him $1 gajillion, and there's nothing I don't think even Todd Monken can do about that. Short of going Nancy Kerrigan, Tanya Harding on Deshaun Watson, which I don't think he's going to do. So Shedeur Sanders will sit and wait for Deshaun Watson to be a mess before he finally gets a chance to play. And I don't think Shedeur is going to be a great NFL quarterback either, but I think if you're the Browns organization and you didn't have Watson's contract sitting in the way, you'd much rather see Shedeur more this year than Watson. So I think it's going to be tough for Monken to manage that, but I do think because of his willingness to rely on the ground game and having Quinshon Judkins, having Dylan Sampson as a nice 1-2 punch, he'll be able to do that. So he's on the list at number 5. Number 4, I have Clint Kubiak in Vegas because there's still so much more work that has to be done on this roster, particularly on the offensive line, that I don't know when he's going to get a chance to put Fernando Mendoza in a situation to learn on the job. If Cousins is the starter at the beginning of the year, I think it's going to take a while before the organization and Kubiak feel totally comfortable putting Mendoza in there, like I said, behind that offensive line. Yeah, there's a couple of weapons. Yeah, you could turn around and hand it off to Genty. Yes, there's always Brock Bowers. But I think you want to wait as long as possible. I've said this a couple times this offseason after the signing of Cousins. You want to wait as long as possible before you throw Fernando Mendoza, your first overall pick, into those shark-infested waters. So it's going to be a slow go for Kubiak in Vegas, I think, this year. Number 3. Another one of our key differences on this list. Mike LaFleur in Arizona. I like the weapons that the Cardinals have on offense. You mentioned quarterback. That's a huge part of it. It's not the most inspiring thing at quarterback. If I were the Arizona Cardinals, would have told Jacoby Brissett to just stay at home. And I would find out what I have in Carson Beck, because you spent a draft pick on him. You might as well find out what you have in him, because you've got the weapons around him that you may find out he's a perfectly fine game manager, which as a rookie quarterback in the NFL would be a nice little discovery, because then he can grow from that. Even if you're only winning 4 or 5 games this year, which I think the Cardinals are going to do. I think the win-loss record is going to be terrible, but it's a big year of growth for them with Jeremiah Love in the backfield. Another year of experience for Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson, Trey McBride. They've got the weapons on offense that if you gave Carson Beck an opportunity to start from the beginning, I think you'd find out what you have in him before you dive right back into another draft next year where you may be taking a quarterback, because next year's quarterback class is supposed to be better. I would leave Jacoby Brissett on the sidelines until Carson Beck showed me that he's incapable of handling an NFL offense, and then maybe go to Brissett. That's what a veteran career backup like Brissett is for, not to be the starter right from the get-go. I don't care what he did last year down the stretch. I do think that'll be tough for LaFleur to manage around, but I trust him to do a pretty decent job after what he did in Seattle of getting these pieces on the offensive side of the ball in position to grow, learn, and become successful going forward. So with that being said, number 2, I also have Jesse Minter in Baltimore. I've mentioned it multiple times this offseason. I think it's going to be a difficult adjustment for him going from, not that I don't think he's capable of it. I think Jesse Minter will end up being a very good head coach for the long haul with the Ravens. But I think this will be the year that's most difficult for him, adjusting from being a defensive coordinator for the first time, having to be the guy that everything is running through your headset, not just the defense, but what's happening on the offensive side of the ball, those important decisions that have to be made, third downs, when you're going to kick, when you're not going to kick, all of that stuff, when you're going to challenge, all of that stuff that happens in a head coach's headset that he's got to make a decision on. I think he's going to be very good at it someday. I think the first year, maybe even the first half of the year, is particularly going to be tough for Minter, so that's the only reason I don't have him at number 1, because like you said, the guy at number 1, we both have him at number 1, Joe Brady in Buffalo. There's not a lot of adjustments that need to be made. Yes, you're also talking about a guy who has to adjust from calling one side of the ball to now handling all of those game day operations, but I think Brady is in a better spot for adjusting to all of that because it's the same staff. It's all the same players, more or less. Yeah, you bring in DJ Moore for Josh Allen. That helps. But you've got Allen. You've got Cook. I don't want to say the offense is sort of a set it and forget it type deal, but I don't think Brady will be as preoccupied with the Bills' offense as maybe Minter may have to be with the Ravens' defense. All of the continuity and consistency from last year to this year, including the quarterback in Josh Allen, I have Brady at 1. So Brady 1, Minter 2, Mike LaFleur 3, Clint Kubiak 4, and Todd Monken 5. There you see it on the screen if you're watching on YouTube. The two differences being LaFleur and Monken. Kate has LaFleur 5, Monken 3. I have it flipped at 3 and 5 with LaFleur and Monken. but basically a very similar list, Kate.
Yeah, very similar. You make a very good point with LaFleur, like outside of the quarterback position, which is why I put him further down. There are some really good pieces on that Cardinals offense. So the offense might not be as terrible as maybe I think it might be or has the potential to be based on the quarterback. Like, I mean, I agree with you too. Like, they should just throw Carson back in there, figure out what you have. And I mean, if he's able to handle it and he's good, like that offense could actually be kind of dangerous. So I have LaFleur at 5 for myself versus yours at 3, but I can't overly argue with you on that point.
We're going to get a matchup of two of these guys in week 1 in Las Vegas, Halfley and the Dolphins, Kubiak and the Raiders. The Raiders are favored by 3.5. Week 1, Dolphins, Raiders. Who are you betting, Kate Constable?
I think the way to go here is the Dolphins plus the 3.5 because the public's going to be all over. I guess we don't know if Fernando Mendoza is starting, but I think the public will be on the Raiders as a popular play here. But I mean, I still think 3.5 first week of the season, teams are working things out. Like, yeah, I think the Raiders are going to have a better season than the Dolphins, but it's week 1, Chris. And if you're getting over a field goal, I'm taking the 3.5.
I just love how they stacked up week 1 with a bunch of great matchups, a bunch of interesting matchups. And then all of a sudden they drop Dolphins Raiders in there too. And it's like, that's going to be one of those late afternoon window games that like nobody's watching other than when Scott Hansen goes to it for a late score and is like, oh yeah, this game's happening too, everyone. Don't forget about this.
Yep. Kenny makes a good point in our chat too. Like, why are the Raiders favored by over a field goal against literally anyone?
Yeah. If you could get it down to 2.5, I think I'd be okay with the Raiders. I mean, I wouldn't be running anywhere to bet that. I'm not. But if you were forcing me to make a bet on the game at 2.5, I would bet Vegas, but so would everyone else probably. Right. I just think the Dolphins are going to be an abject disaster this year.
I do too. I mean, I don't think Malik Willis is necessarily a terrible quarterback. He did some really good things coming in when Jordan Love was hurt with the Packers, but I just, the injuries that they already have, new head coach, just an organization that just hasn't seemed to really be able to get it all together. I don't have much faith in Miami this season.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that neither one of us has any faith in Jeff Halfley either.
Exactly.
Who neither one of us ranked out of 6 options as the top 5 in our power rankings of rookie NFL head coaches this year. Coming up in an hour, we'll talk about some of those still available NFL veterans that are out there. We all saw the story earlier this week about Tyreek Hill saying he doesn't have any power in his leg right now. I don't know if any of us is going to draft Tyreek Hill on a flyer maybe as a possible NFL veteran addition as training camps open up, but there may be some other names out there that you've been keeping an eye on. Where's he going to end up? We'll talk about them when we draft still available NFL veterans ahead of training camp coming up 1 hour from now. But coming up next, we're just 8 days from the Major League Baseball trade deadline. How aggressive will the Cubs be in addressing their starting pitching? Got a good start from Shota last night. Will the Rockies move out breakout star catcher Hunter Goodman? Will the Tigers trade Tarek Skubal? And who's actually selling anything in this market? That's all next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up at the top of the hour, 2 Eastern, 11 Pacific here on Westwood One Sports. How are the dynamics of what is now being called the best starting five in basketball with the Sixers signing LeBron James? How are the dynamics both on and off the floor going to play out in Philly this coming season? We'll get into it. 1 hour from now, we will draft still available NFL veterans because there are some names out there. Not Tyreek Hill, probably, but there are some names out there that might be worthy of being added, especially if there are injuries during training camp or soft spots on rosters where guys could make sense. The players we'd have the closest eye on coming up with a BetMGM Game Day draft 1 hour from now. Tyler Dragon, who covers the NFL for USA Today, will join us at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific. We are inside the Westwood One Sports app, inside the Odyssey app, and live across North America on SiriusXM Channel 375. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on Westwood One Sports. And the Major League Baseball trade deadline, Kate, now just 8 days away. Who's buying? Plenty of teams buying. Who's selling, though? Is anybody ready to cash in, even with just 8 days left to the deadline? This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive and get a fast quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Let's start maybe with that, just the complexion of this market, because only 6 teams across baseball are more than 6 games back of a wild card spot. And you've got some teams that are right there on that edge where maybe they think they can climb back into a wild card spot. The Jays are 5.5 out in the AL. We talked to Mo Egger from Cincinnati earlier. The Reds are 6 out of a wild card, but they've got each of them half a dozen teams to climb past to get into a final wild card spot. Then you've got the teams that are also sort of right on the borderline, 2.5, 3.5 games out, like the Orioles, the Mariners. Would they consider selling? The Tigers, the Marlins, who've lost 11 in a row, the Padres. Maybe we start with the Tigers because Tarek Skubal is in question as the biggest chip on this free agency table. Who amongst those teams that are kind of right on the borderline do you think should definitely be in the seller's market?
Well, we know that the Mets should be, right?
Oh,
I mean, they're way further down the board. The Giants. I mean, I'm almost among, like, I kind of think the Padres should be sellers. I'm not sure that they have enough to win. They'd have to go out and they'd have to be buyers if they want to, compete for a World Series. But I kind of think of them as a team that may be better off this year, selling a couple pieces, getting some good prospects back, and kind of building their roster more so that way. And then I don't know necessarily who they would be selling. I was going to say your Pirates, but I mean, they're only 2 games back of a wild card. That's probably not the right move.
Yeah, they're in that mushy middle.
Orioles, maybe.
Yeah,
again,
the Orioles
only 2.5 games out, but
only 2.5 out, but it's been a struggle all year just to get to that point,
Right.
And I think in the AL, all these teams that we're talking about are below 500. So I think that's an important part of this, the complexion of this conversation too, which is, if you're buying just to become a wild card, how much are you willing to give up to just maybe show up in a wild card series and be out in 2 or 3 games? Like, if you're the Pirates.
Which is what I would expect for the Padres. Like, that's kind of what it feels like for the Padres is, sure, they could get another piece or 2 and make a wild card and maybe win that series, but then what?
Where's it going from there? Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's an important question. I think the Padres have, at least it sounds like, AJ Preller has sort of identified them, even if they're not going out and blatantly saying it, as sellers, right? Like when you throw out Mason Miller's name and let that start to bubble up in trade conversations, obviously a guy with multiple years of control, a young closer who's been the best in the game this year, you're willing to sell. And I think the Padres have come to that realization. I think the Marlins are probably slowly coming to that realization, like I said, as they've lost 11 in a row. I think the Jays have to take a good, long, hard look at being sellers now. 5.5 back of the wild card, like I said, with half a dozen teams between them and the final spot in the AL. I know it's difficult to go from 2 outs away from a World Series win to, oh my God, we're not even in the playoffs this year. But when you look at the number of big name pieces whose contracts are ending, I think it just makes sense for the Jays to shop those guys. Like, it makes sense to shop Springer, to shop some of the arms. And you might have the AL Cy Young winner in Dylan Cease, the way he's pitched over the last month and a half, but you're not going anywhere in October.
Yeah, they've been underwhelming at best. I mean, you just had almost got swept by the Rays. That was a 4-game series. They won one of those. But, I mean, since the start of the second half, you've won 3 games. And it just doesn't feel like this is the year for Toronto to get back into it, especially, like you said, with how many teams are bunched up within that kind of middle. And they're 5.5 games back at this point in the season is kind of a lot to be climbing back into that wild card spot.
So if we start to dial in on the Jays, the Padres, maybe even the Tigers as sellers, even if it's not a complete teardown in Detroit, you would think the offers they're going to get, if they haven't already gotten them, over the next 8 days for Skubal are going to be ridiculous. Does anybody land Skubal aside from the Dodgers? And if you were somebody other than the Dodgers, which teams would you identify as, no, they've got to be in on Skubal? Or, maybe this is a year where they don't make that jump, where they just show up in October or don't go especially deep.
I mean, I would love to see the Cubs go after Skubal. They need starting pitching help. It's just that historically they haven't made those big splashy moves at the deadline. It's kind of like the Freddie Peralta type level of pitchers or talent that they would go after. So I would love for the Cubs to go after Skubal, but outside of that, I mean, do the Rays. That I think that would move them to, I mean, I know have the, best record, not the best record overall, best record in the AL. And played great this year, but you add Skubal to that rotation and all of a sudden are they the World Series favorites type of a deal. So those are 2 teams that I think could be in the conversation. Again, I just don't see it actually coming to fruition for the Cubs, but I mean, that would be amazing if it did.
Yeah, the Rays going from Rasmussen and McClanahan. McClanahan struggled a little bit lately, or at least hasn't been what he was early in the year. Going from Rasmussen, McClanahan, and I don't know, maybe like a Griffin Jackson, Nick Martinez in a playoff rotation to, oh my God, Rasmussen, McClanahan, and Skubal. Like, that's how you push past the Yankees beyond the ALCS and into the World Series. So I would have an eye on them. And the Rays always have a wealth of talent available that it feels like they can deal with. I know they'd rather have those guys come up in the system and then use them on the major league roster in the coming years. That's always been a part of their system and how they go about things. But Skubal would be a big swing for them that I don't think they ordinarily make. The one team I have an eye on, and I said this a couple months ago, but especially with the Brandon Woodruff injury, like, it feels like the Brewers need to be all in on Skubal. And that's the move you make if you really think this is the year you can get over the hump and get past the Dodgers in October and go to the World Series. Then you make that move. And everybody instantly makes the comparisons to Sabathia back in 2008. It would be that kind of move. But the Brewers the one thing they have is young pieces in the lineup already who they have years of control with Bryce Terang, with Cooper Pratt. They've got guys that are going to be there for the foreseeable future who you wouldn't deal, but it blocks the guys who are highly touted prospects in the minors from maybe becoming a part of your everyday lineup in the near future. So you deal those big names and you deal them for Skubal, and then all of a sudden yeah, you're without Woodruff going into October because he's going to be out for, who knows, maybe a year and a half. But if you've got Mizorowski and Skubal going into a postseason series against the Dodgers, now you're fighting fire with fire, and you've got the kind of postseason rotation, at least at the top, that can get over the hump.
I mean, yeah, you just mentioned the Rays rotation of McClanahan and Rasmussen, and if you had Skubal to that, but add Mizorowski and Skubal, that would be scary. And then, I mean, the Brewers offense also top 5 in the league right now in batting average. So like, you're going to get the run support. They're going to be able to score. That would be with Skubal. That would be a dangerous team, I think, in the postseason.
I think one of the wild cards in this whole thing over the next 8 days, Kate, is what do the Yankees decide to do? Because we know that with the possibility of Aaron Judge being out until, I mean, at least September, maybe mid-September, we don't know when he's going to be back. The timeline seems to keep getting pushed over and over and over again. They would be in the market for bats rather than starting pitching. And maybe that doesn't necessarily flip the market upside down because the big names that we're talking about are headlined by Skubal and the starting arms. But the Yankees are a team that if they decide to go in more on this deadline than maybe some people expect them to, well, then that pushes, like we talked about the Rays maybe being in on Skubal, that pushes Tampa and anybody else that considers themselves a contender in the AL. And there aren't a lot of teams out there in the AL that probably consider themselves World Series contenders.
So, Chris, early on in the segment, you mentioned the name Hunter Goodman. Is he someone that you could see the Yankees going after? If they need, a bat, they need offense. I mean, he's got quite a bit of power, hits home runs, and they could use another catcher. Like, is that a stretch? The Yankees not wanting to give up as much as the Rockies will certainly be asking for him.
But if you're the Yankees, what are you waiting for, right? Like, if Judge is really going to be healthy by the end of the regular season, which you would hope for his sake and their sake he is, then yeah, what would that do for a lineup that all of a sudden gets Judge back and then inserts Hunter Goodman into the lineup as well? Okay, now everything's falling into place. And again, you're the Yankees. Like, I get it's been an up and down year, and the Rays maybe are surprising a lot of people, but you're expected to be there at the end of October, and this would be one of those moves that a team that expects to be there makes. Like, damn the price. We're the Yankees. We're going to go out and get the bat that we need.
Mason Miller, I know we're talking bats right now, but Mason Miller is also a name that, in just reading stuff about the rumors surrounding the Yankees, I mean, if the Padres are sellers, Mason Miller would, likely require quite a bit. But him going over to the Yankees, that would kind of be perfect for their bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, you effectively make every game, a 6 or 7 inning game. If you can get to the 7th with the lead, with Bednar and Miller at the back end of your bullpen, and it bolsters that in and of itself, bolsters your entire staff, including your starting rotation, because now we're not reliant on our starters to have to work all the way into the 7th. And Schlittler, Fried, Cole, if he can get back on track, and even Weathers. And then, okay, all we have to do is get to the 7th with the lead, and we're going to shut it down with Bednar and Miller. And I would imagine they still feel pretty good about Fernando Cruz. Cruz, Bednar, Miller, 7, 8, 9. It's a 6-inning game every night in October if you have those three at the back end.
And then you get Judge back, and your offense is all set, and your pitching's all set, and you go on and you win a World Series and drive off into the sunset. That's how it works for the Yankees. What about the Red Sox, Chris?
I can't. So here's the thing. I
don't know. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that question, which is why I'm throwing it to you. Of what do they do?
Do you just stand pat because of the run you went on around the All-Star break and say, hey, We figured some things out. We know we're not quite a championship caliber team yet. And so we're just going to be happy if we show up in October. If we're able to snag a wild card spot, that's great. And we look at it as a success after the way the season started. Obviously, I don't think they're sellers at this point. And credit to them for standing pat as long as they did, going on that run. And now you're not talking about dealing from the back end of the bullpen as so many people expected them to. I think if I'm in Boston, we're talking about a franchise that traditionally is supposed to be right there in October every year, but I'm okay just standing pat and simply showing up in October if you happen to snag a wild card spot. I don't think I'm going headlong into either the buyers or the sellers market.
Right. Yeah. I mean, a good point of like, they might just be happy to get there based on how the start of their season went. So the expectations were not very high coming in, or not after, the start of their season, that this is almost playing with house money type of a deal.
Right. Because in the American League, like, let's just be honest about it. I don't think anyone is going to the World Series that isn't Tampa or New York. Like, all due respect to the White Sox, it's been fun, but that's a young team. I think when they're up against it in October, it's going to be tough to push past one of the two big boys in Tampa or New York. Yes, the Rangers have been fun to watch. The Mariners are a disappointing, I don't want to call them disaster, but compared to expectations, it definitely hasn't been good. And, there are teams like Cleveland that I think are worth keeping an eye on, but like nobody in the American League is going to go on that kind of run. And by all means, clip this and save it for October when somebody does inevitably go on one of these runs and we can freezing cold take it. But I don't see anyone other than Tampa or New York going to the World Series from the AL. So what are you buying for? Just to get through the wild card round and then get bounced? I don't think that makes a ton of sense. I think in the National League, because, yes, it's Dodgers, Brewers, Braves, and I see one of those three being the team to make it to the World Series from the National League side. If the Phillies get hot for 2 weeks and it happens to come at the right time, anything can happen. You could probably say the same about the Cubs too. So I don't blame either of those teams for wanting to buy if they do so at the deadline. I think the tough part in the National League is you've got a handful of teams that probably look at themselves as being at or above 500 and say, man, we've had good stretches this year, or there are strong parts of our roster that we believe in. Like, we'll use the Pirates as an example. Yeah, it'd be great to get to a wild card series and be able to throw Skeens and Ashcraft and Jared Jones out there, and you feel like you'd be able to win that and move on, and from there it's all gravy. But again, what are you buying for if the aspirational ceiling is the LDS or the LCS?
And what are you giving up that could potentially help you in years to come for winning a wild card game? Like, is that portion of it all worth it either?
Right. If you're the Nationals, the Pirates, the Cardinals, and you're based around a young core right now, you want to keep that young core together and fortify it going forward so that next year or the next 2 or 3 years, you're not fighting for wild card positioning. You're fighting for a division title and maybe not even having to play in the wild card. I still think Skubal ends up getting dealt. I think Mason Miller ends up getting dealt, and those will be the two names I think I'll probably have the closest eye on over the next week. It's just a question of how much the Tigers and Padres respectively will get for those two names.
And those two names, I think, are going to change how we view the playoff picture as soon as they move.
The second they're dealt, it changes the landscape both in the AL and the NL, depending on where they go. Top of the hour, the landscape has been changed in Philly. They have the best starting five in the NBA, we've decided over the last 48 hours after acquiring LeBron James. What do the dynamics look like, though, in Philly, on and off the court with that starting five? But coming up next, somebody's taken some heat for something he said about his team's fan base. And I don't know if he's necessarily wrong, even though he's already had to backtrack and apologize for it. We'll talk about it and let you hear exactly what was said next, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Just got done talking trade deadline, 8 days away in Major League Baseball. Plenty of games where you can get in on the action inside the BetMGM app right now. And there could be a reward dropped into your account. If you take a swing each day in BetMGM's free-to-play game, you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or homer. Exclusively available at BetMGM. You're the batter. Select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. Could be a $50 bonus bet, odds boost token, parlay boost token, same game parlay boost token, all inside your BetMGM app right now, waiting for you. Coming up in a little more than an hour, we'll talk to Tyler Dragon, covers the NFL for USA Today, as camps open up around the league. Some of them have already gotten started. Some of them get started in the next 48, 72 hours. And some players are already apologizing for things. We'll let you hear it in just a second. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Trey McBride, star tight end for the Arizona Cardinals, who we've talked about a little bit today, was on Bussin' with the Boys and said something that I think was actually true, Kate, about Arizona sports fans, and has already had to walk it back. Here you go.
You know, I probably shouldn't have said that.
There's no Arizona fans in Arizona.
It came out, wrong. Obviously the fan base is great. We have a tremendous fan base. Arizona's been here, loyal fans to all sports teams here. Man, I love it here in Arizona. I hope they love me too, but it's a special place. The fans are great. I'm excited for this year to give them something to be proud of.
That's nice, Trey. I appreciate you walking that back and apologizing, but you didn't have to do that. He's not wrong, Kate. The Cardinals don't have a great fan base.
No, he's not wrong at all. Chris, I lived in Arizona for about 9 months. We moved there for my husband's job and then quickly moved back. And I went to a Cardinals game and there wasn't a fan base. The stadium was quiet. It's transplants, which it's Arizona. People move there for the winter. You get the snowbirds. You get all sorts of types of people in Arizona because it's a great place to live. But that means that you don't have that fan base that's been there forever. It's a lot of other teams' fans that show up when their team's in town. It just is what it is. So I agree with him. I mean, for him to walk it back so quickly and say, no, the fans are great. Fans are great here. That's, that's too bad for Trey.
Look, I mean, like you said, it's beautiful out there. I went on a trip with some friends last year and we stayed in Scottsdale. We went up to Sedona, found one of the biggest Steelers bars in the country. There's a massive amount of Cowboy fans, but you don't drive around the Phoenix area, for example, and see Cardinals banners and flags hanging all over the place. When the Diamondbacks do well, or on the rare occasion the Cardinals do well, they're behind them. And sure, when the Suns are playing well, they're behind them too. But like you said, it is a transient market, and there are a lot of people who move there or maybe even grew up there, fans of another team. And so I know why Trey McBride walked it back, but I mean, you didn't have to apologize, dude. You weren't wrong.
No. And I think fans would hate to admit it, but I think they also know what the fan base in Arizona is like. Deep down, they know.
You win and they show up. Other than that, they're probably rooting for somebody else. Coming up next, we know what it's like in Philly. Could it get testy quickly if it doesn't go well? What are the dynamics of LeBron being added to this Sixers lineup?
This is Westwood One Sports.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
In 20 minutes, we will draft still available NFL veterans because there are some big names that are still out there without jobs, and training camps are getting underway around the league. A few have already started. The rest of them will be up and running by this time on Wednesday. So who would we snatch if we could from the, the pile of misfit toys, if we want to call it that, the veterans still looking for jobs around the NFL? Coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll talk to Tyler Dragon of USA Today. He covers the NFL as well, all the big storylines with training camps getting started around the league. But the Sixers have added LeBron James, and it has been seismic what it has done to the NBA, the Eastern Conference playoff picture going into next year. And all of it comes back, Kate. We'll talk about LeBron's legacy in just a little bit as well, and whether it's on the line in Philly. I think more immediately when we look at this coming season and what a lot of us are calling the best starting five in the league, Embiid, when healthy, LeBron James, Jaylen Brown, VJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey, we're asking a very good question about what the heck it's going to look like, both on and off the court. How do these five fit together, and how volatile could it get? How well could it work, and everything in between on the spectrum?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions that are going to be answered fairly early on in the season, too. Like, as soon as we see these guys on the floor, we're going to know kind of what the dynamics look like. Usage rates, all of that type of stuff, if you want to get into like the nitty gritty of it. But I think I've read that LeBron had many conversations with Tyrese Maxey before signing. He had conversations with Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid. So it sounds like at least it's easy in the offseason to all be on the same page. Does that translate when you're in game mode and there's 15 seconds left and you're down by 2, and does it actually translate to success on the floor? And I think that's going to be the biggest question, because you have in Brown, Maxey, and LeBron, 3 guys that are ball dominant.
Yeah.
Love to have the ball in their hand. Like, how does that work? Usually not very well when you have more than one. So we did see LeBron take on a different role in LA last year with the Lakers, kind of being the third option. If he's okay with that again, with this team, there's certainly avenues for this to work really, really well. There's also a couple avenues for it to crash and burn. It's just, we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out.
I think that's an important factor to point out, what you just mentioned about LeBron showing a willingness to sort of ride shotgun or even sit in the back while Luka and Austin Reeves were driving the bus in LA. Like, he showed that he was okay with that and handled it extremely well. And then when he was asked to be the guy in that series against the Rockets, he was able to step back into that role. And I think that's the most important part of this, is LeBron and each ball dominant player that you mentioned having that willingness to, okay, you know what? On this night, it might not be my opportunity. Or even thinking they may walk out onto the floor with 8 seconds left in the middle of a regular season game against Sacramento on a Tuesday night and say, okay, we have this play drawn up and the ball's supposed to go to LeBron or Jaylen Brown or whoever, but it ends up rotating back around to Maxey and he takes the shot. And I think in those moments, if each of those guys can show a willingness to set their ego aside, then they'll be, like you said, they have the opportunity. The sky's the limit, really, for the Sixers. It'll be interesting to me because I think Maxey has shown a willingness over the years to not always have to be the trigger man. LeBron, like we just talked about this year in LA, especially down the stretch, showed a willingness to not have to be the trigger man. I think the wild card in this whole thing is Jaylen Brown. And, Jaylen Brown, at least according to the reports, wanted to get away from a situation where he wasn't the dude all the time. And now all of a sudden he goes to Philly and he's still not going to be that dude all the time. If Jaylen Brown can handle that, the first time LeBron gets a shot at the buzzer and misses it, or Tyrese Maxey gets a shot at the buzzer and misses it, and Philly loses a close game, and not let the noise of the Philadelphia media market and their fans get to him, they'll be okay. But that's going to be a tough test, I think. As much as we talk about LeBron altering the dynamic in Philly, this is probably a conversation we could have had regardless of whether they sign LeBron or not, and just had about Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, you're spot on, Chris. I mean, Twitter was so funny after this LeBron trade with the Jaylen Brown tweets. Like, so many people were like, you wanted to be a second option, or you hated being a second option so bad that you became a fourth option. You know, you you didn't exactly move up on the totem pole. And he also, we're coming off the season where he just said he had the most fun he's ever had because Jason Tatum wasn't there and he was the number one. How much fun are you going to be having, like you said, if Maxey's taking the last shot, if LeBron's taking the last shot? And does that lack of funness, terrible phrase right there, but do you not have a whole lot of fun when you're doing that? And what does that do to the locker room? Like, those types of questions are going to be answered throughout, but I'm with you. I think Jaylen Brown is the wild card here because of the dynamics in Boston and wanting to get out of those dynamics. And all of a sudden you're almost like more in the weeds than you even were before because there's even more mouths to feed on this Sixers team.
Yeah, I think, and look, I've been a proponent of Jaylen Brown this offseason. I've been a supporter of his because I thought it was ridiculous that the Celtics were so willing to move on from him. I understood it in the context of a possible deal for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Obviously understood it much less. I think most fans of the NBA understood it much less, if not at all, when it involved dealing him to a conference rival. But I think that is the question. You know, if Jaylen Brown is willing to take that back seat some nights, including into the playoffs, then this can be harmonious as long as they're alive in the postseason. But if there comes a time where, especially in the dog days of the NBA season, think like, late January, mid-February, before you hit the stretch run post All-Star game headed towards the playoffs, where maybe they hit a rough patch, maybe Embiid's not playing regularly, maybe LeBron isn't playing every single night. The dude is 41 years old now. And Jaylen Brown is not getting those opportunities, and maybe they're not winning. I worry about Jaylen Brown, his ears perking up at the first mention of it on a talk show on WIP in Philly, or a fan yelling something from the crowd, and all of a sudden Jaylen Brown is reminded that, like you said, he didn't necessarily climb the food chain in going from Boston to Philly. He's still, I don't want to say just another guy because that makes it sound like he's not capable of altering games. He is, but in the complexion of that roster, some nights he will be just another guy.
And that's, I mean, when does he hop on his streams and start chit-chatting? Like, they should put it in his contract. No streams throughout the season.
No Twitch. Stay off of Twitch.
No
You'll
Twitch.
be fine. Because he's shown a willingness to talk about Joel Embiid too, right? Like he did it right after the playoffs were over. He talked about Embiid being a flopper. And okay, he can be right and still, that's not something that's going to go over well when Embiid maybe isn't playing well or not playing at all. And the Sixers hit a rough patch, because they will. Every team does at some point during the regular season. What's going to keep Jaylen Brown from doing that? Like you said, jumping on a Twitch stream and telling everyone exactly what he thinks. This is where, like we talked earlier about whose team is it, and I still stand by the fact that it's Tyrese Maxey's team. But this is where LeBron's leadership can be really impactful, where he pulls everybody together and says, listen, if they do hit a rough spot, I know it's not going well right now, but we got to keep everything here in the locker room behind closed doors and work it out between ourselves instead of popping off on social media or on a live stream.
Yeah, he's not going to let things fly. And I don't think he hasn't let a whole lot fly throughout his entire career, but I think even more so at this stage, like he knows he has 1, maybe 2 years left. This is his last shot. Is he going to let some drama, some Jaylen Brown, talking on social media derail his last shot of a title? No, I think LeBron will make sure everyone falls in line very quickly. And then, Chris, I mean, on the flip side of having all these mouths to feed, it could also be a very good thing in terms of LeBron gets a little bit more rest during the regular season. And during those games, that's when Jaylen Brown can go pop off and he can go for 30 some. Like Embiid will have to rest, even if he's healthy all season. If you want him down the stretch at the second round of the playoffs, like he's got to, I hate it, but like you have to load manage Joel Embiid throughout the season too. So maybe Jaylen Brown is asked to carry more of the heavy lift during the year along with Tyrese Maxey. It's just then the shift of being the guy during the regular season and then all of a sudden like maybe some of those touches goes to LeBron James or Embiid in the postseason. That's where I wonder if then he could start getting rattled and upset. That's not a good feeling for anyone. But I think in terms of allowing both LeBron and Embiid to be fresh going into the postseason, that's where Maxey, Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown kind of come in during the regular season.
Yeah, and they have tried, I guess, in the last couple of days to maybe add a little bit of depth because that's the one giant question mark in Philly. That's great. You've got the best starting 5 in the league. What happens when you're load managing some of these guys, especially Embiid? They went out and they have agreed, although it hasn't become official yet, to sign Kentavious Caldwell-Pope to a 1-year deal. So, okay, we've got a 6th man now. That's nice. That's going to be the biggest test for not just LeBron, but I think, honestly, we know what Philly fans are like. Like, this is a test for them to, if we get to a point where the Sixers are scuffling at some point for whatever reason. I don't care if it's Jaylen Brown being out, Maxey maybe going cold for a week, Embiid load management, LeBron, whoever it may be on. It's going to be on Sixers fans, I think, to not instantly go Chicken Little and say the sky is falling because they've had a rough patch during the regular season.
It's also on Sixers fans to not stir up unnecessary drama when they do go on these rough patches. Because, yeah, you're right. I mean, Philly fans are, dare I say, the worst. I mean,
they're brutal.
Eagles
like,
fans,
their expectations are wildly high. And the second you show even the slightest crack in the armor, they are coming for you.
But that's only going to make things worse for their team, right? Like if the Sixers are struggling and they go on they lose 5-6 games in a row and fans start talking, and that's where a lot of the, I won't say it would be a lots of stretch, but like some of the NBA drama or drama across all sports hinges from the conversation on social media from just average fans. And it goes from there and it spirals. And then all of a sudden the media asks the players about it. And it's in the players' minds and they're talking about it in the locker room. And all of a sudden you take something that happened on social media from some upset fans, and all of a sudden it's an actual problem within that locker room organization. I would say to Philly fans right now, just have some patience, because if you are the creator of some of that drama, it's only going to cost you in the long term of your team not having success.
Look, Philadelphia basketball fans in particular were told a long time ago to trust the process, and they managed to hang on to that for a while. Trust the process, Sixers fans. And I think if your team shows up in the playoffs, which I suspect they will, and all 5 of those guys are healthy, then you're going to have a good chance to get to at least the Eastern Conference Finals. So don't melt down if there's a Christmas Day loss to the Knicks by 15. If there's a random loss on a February Tuesday night to the Hornets. Just don't lose it when things may appear for a couple of days or maybe even a couple of weeks as if they may be going sideways. As long as you end up in the playoffs, I think everything is going to be all right in Philly. But don't trust the process. You can bring those old T-shirts out of mothballs if you've been holding on to them. Trust the process, Sixers fans, and I think you'll be okay come April and May. Coming up top of the hour, we will talk to Tyler Dragon of USA Today about a lot of different storylines as NFL training camps get opened up, including the impact of Kyle Shanahan's absence at the beginning of Niners camp as that news broke yesterday. Coming up in about 25 minutes. Did you watch the WNBA All-Star game at all, or has the Caitlin Clark effect somewhat waned or faded as we saw it really take off a year and a half, 2 years ago? But coming up next, there are still some big names out there. Can they help teams at all as their training camps open around the league? We will have a BetMGM Game Day draft of still available NFL veterans next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
All right, this is going to have the potential to get really weird, maybe really fun. We'll find out in just a second. We are in a moment here on BetMGM Game Day going to draft still available NFL. I guess they don't have to be veterans. NFL free agents, guys that are available that maybe we think still have something left in the tank and can help someone with training camps opening up around the league. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll talk about the big NFL news of the last 24 hours with Tyler Dragon of USA Today. He covers the entire league for USA Today. The impact of Kyle Shanahan missing the beginning of Niners camp due to an auto accident just a little less than 2 weeks ago. A little bit later, back into the LeBron conversation. Is his legacy on the line in Philadelphia? Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day inside your Westwood One Sports app. Download it if you haven't yet so you can take us with you wherever you're going. Also inside the Odyssey app, AUDACY. And thank you for finding us if you have live across North America on SiriusXM channel 375 as well. In about 20 minutes, did you pay attention to the WNBA All-Star Weekend, or has the Caitlin Clark effect finally faded? This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. So there are still names available, and we will go around the room and draft which ones we think can still have an impact in the 2026 NFL season. Draft order will go like this. We'll have 4 rounds. I get first overall pick. This is big for me. Kenny will draft second, and then Kate third. Executive producer Zach Krull will draft fourth, and then snake back around Zach, Kate, Kenny, me. Again, 4 rounds. Kate, have you built your draft board out? Are you ready?
I'm ready. I
right.
actually think I got a pretty good draft board.
Kenny, I know, has done extensive research because he's been preparing for fantasy football draft season for like a month and a half already. Zach is always on top of things, but I get first overall pick. And as much of a headache as this guy may be, and he can definitely be a headache, he still had a 1,000-yard season last year, and maybe this is too easy, but I'm taking him first overall, Stephon Diggs, with the first overall pick in the BetMGM Game Day draft of veteran free agents in the NFL. So, Stephon Diggs, first overall. Kenny, does this leave your top choice available still on your board?
Yes, it does. And I'm going to pull a Sopranos as a sitcom, and I'm going to take Aaron Donald, one of the greatest defensive players. I'm technically a free agent, and there's been rumors he returns to the Rams, so Aaron Donald's going to be my pick.
That is a classic. That's a classic move by Zach when we talk about sitcom characters, and he always throws in a Sopranos character in the draft, even though it's definitely not a sitcom, and we let him get away with it. Kate, you've got the third overall pick, your first round selection in the BetMGM Game Day draft of NFL veteran free agents.
I'm going to go another wide receiver here. I don't think he's done. I think he's still got more in the tank. We're going Debo Samuel.
Okay. I had Debo pretty high on my board too, because I think as like a third or fourth option, if he's willing to be that, he could still be pretty effective for someone, especially with, some of the gadget plays he can run. So I like that pick.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have Aaron Donald at the top of my board, just to revisit Kenny's pick for a second, because I'm not totally sold on the fact that he's actually coming back. But I guess, it's like back in the 80s when they would draft players who were still signing with the USFL team. You draft Jim Kelly, even though you don't think he's actually going to play for you. Zach, you get 2 picks back-to-back now. Diggs, Donald, and Debo all off the board already.
Before I reveal who I'm going to pick, I just have to say, usually when we're getting ready for these shows and we're doing these drafts, I'm super excited. I've deep draft boards and I have a ton of possible options, like who I'm going to pick. I think back to our commentator draft when we paired play-by-play guys and color guys. I got to be honest with you, though, in this draft, there isn't a whole lot going for me. Like, I'm looking at the list of available free agents, and there aren't really many guys I'm looking at right now and saying to myself, okay, this is someone I really want, but I'll play along with it. So with my first two picks, I'm going to be boring, and I'm going to take two offensive linemen. Give me Taylor Decker and Mekhi Becton. Decker was the linchpin of that Lions offensive line that was dominant for years, and Mekhi Becton was a starter for the Eagles. So, yeah, on brand. Give me two offensive linemen, Taylor Decker and Mekhi Becton.
You know, I don't have a problem with that. You build a quality team from the trenches out. So, you know, those are solid picks. And look, offensive linemen always get hurt during training camps. It just happens. Someone steps on a foot, someone twists a knee. Things always go down. So if you're looking for a veteran stopgap offensive lineman who, let's be honest, Decker didn't have his best year last year, but, you know, has a track record. Same goes for Becton. You could do worse than those two guys. Kate, where are you at with your second round pick of available veteran NFL free agents, camps opening around the league this week?
All right. We're going to go to the defensive side of the ball. I'm going Joey Bosa. If Joey Bosa can stay healthy, I think Joey Bosa still can make an impact for a team. Just needs to be on the field.
Yeah, needs to be on the field. I think someone who needs like a situational pass rusher could make a lot of sense for Bosa. Like, we're not asking him to play 3 downs. We're just asking him to head out there on obvious passing downs, third downs, late in drives, red zone, get after the quarterback. You have one job, rush the quarterback. And I think that's not a terrible pick as long as he stays healthy. Kenny, from the pipe dream of Aaron Donald to who's next on your board in the second round?
It's really starting to get thin. I'm going to take a former Steeler, and it sucks that he can't play at Ohio State with Smith. I'm going to take Jonnu Smith as probably the best tight end available. Said Arthur Smith. Wow. He's probably Arthur Smith's favorite player. We all know that, but he's in college.
He's definitely Arthur Smith's
He has nowhere
favorite,
to go. Yeah, he has nowhere to go since his favorite coach is in college, but maybe he'll find a home. And like I said, I think he's the best tight end available out of any of the names that I see.
I mean, does he have a 5th year of eligibility with that new rule? Could the Buckeyes sign him up? No, look, if there's a team that's looking for a depth tight end, you know, everybody loves multiple tight end sets now. And if you have a very limited route tree available for him, hey, take a swing on it, I guess. But he didn't do much for the Steelers last year, I will say firsthand as a Steelers fan. The pinnacle of his season may have been the Lions game when Aaron Rodgers was screaming at him that he wasn't supposed to be in motion and to get back on the other side of the effing formation, which we all heard nice and loud during the broadcast of that game. All right, so Diggs, Donald, Debo, Decker, Becton, Bosa, Jonnu, all off the board. Where do I go with my second and third round picks? I am going to go offensive line, but I'll save that pick because if I'm looking for veteran leadership on the defensive side of the ball, a guy who's won big games, who's made big plays, who's been at the heart of talented defenses. I don't know how much gas is left in the tank, but that's why all of these guys are left available. Bobby Wagner is going to be my second round pick. And my third round pick, like I said, offensive line, I'm going to go with Kevin Zeitler. I think he may be 78 years old. He may be retired. Wagner may even be official. I don't think Wagner's officially retired, but we're going to lure him out of retirement, even if he's considering it right now. Bobby Wagner and Kevin Zeitler will be my third round pick, so I get some offensive line help. Kenny?
Yeah, I thought Wagner, I probably would have picked him over Jonnu Smith. I'm gonna take an interesting pick here. I'm gonna take Taysom Hill, who's obviously been with the Saints his whole career. But I just talked about how much Arthur Smith loves Jonnu Smith. A coach that is in the NFL, Sean Payton, absolutely loves Taysom Hill. The Broncos could maybe use that on offense because Sean Payton knows exactly how to use him. Taysom Hill and what he likes to do on offense. So I think that would be a fit. He's 35 years old, so I don't know if he's still willing to play, but he is a free agent.
This is one of those classic moments where I realize how old I am. Because if you would have told me Taysom Hill was 28, I probably still would have believed it. And he's 35. Like, I mean, NFL years are dog years, and I can't believe that dude is 35. All right, Kenny's got a solid squad cooked up so far. Kate, you've got you got Debo, you got Joey Bosa, each side of the ball addressed.
Kate, your roster is just a little all over the place here. Yeah. I mean, we're just going to continue on with the chaos here. And I don't think he's retired. Is Keenan Allen retired? Can I take Keenan Allen?
No,
I'm taking Keenan Allen. Another wide receiver.
That's a good call. I like that. I mean, still available in the red zone and on third downs, comes up with clutch catches, not afraid to go into traffic in the middle of the field. Yeah. I wish I would have made that pick rather than the Kevin Zeitler pick here in the third round. The BetMGM game day draft of NFL veteran free agents who are still looking for jobs. Zach, you went double offensive line with your first 2 picks. What about your last 2 picks?
I'm going to go double defense with my first pick. I'll take Jadeveon Clowney. He's only 33. Honestly, you would think he's way older based on how long he's been in the league, but he is a former number 1 overall pick. Was okay last year with Dallas, so I'll take Jadeveon Clowney. And then the cupboard is bare. Not a ton of great options, but with my last pick, I'll take Trevon Diggs, another former Cowboy. I don't really think he has a ton left, but based on what he's done at one point in his career, he's only 27. So again, you would think he's much older. Maybe he has something left in the tank. I will take Trevon Diggs with my final pick.
That's actually not a bad squad, Zach. You got offensive line. You got a couple important defensive pieces. Nothing flashy, but, I mean, hey, a situational pass rusher and a guy who can still maybe cover a little bit. If nothing else, he'll try and pick the ball off on every other play. That's a solid squad you got there. Kate, you got Debo, Joey Bosa, Keenan Allen. I think you may be low-key winning this draft right now. Who's your final pick?
I mean, this guy is well past his prime. The production has been brutal over the last 2 years. Hassan Reddick.
Oh.
Do we take Hassan Reddick?
Is that what you're going with?
Yeah, that's what I guess I shouldn't be questioning myself in front of in the boardroom, but in the draft room. But we're going Hassan Reddick here.
You know what? That's step to the podium and say it with your chest, Kate.
Yeah.
You know what? Hassan Reddick with the 4th pick.
Hassan Reddick.
Believe in it.
People.
I like it.
All right. Out of Temple.
All right, so Kate rounds out her group of NFL veteran free agents still looking for jobs with Hassan Reddick. Kenny, you've got, like I said, the pipe dream that Aaron Donald may come back. Jonnu, a 35-year-old Taysom Hill, which is just a shocker to me that he's that old. Who's your last pick?
Well, Ryan Clark called him an encyclopedia salesman, but Derwin James said he's pretty nice, and that's Hunter Renfrow. Had an opportunity last year with the Panthers, didn't really work out. If he's still willing to play when he was in his prime, he was a really good route runner, had some really good years with the Raiders. So I think Hunter Renfrow is the last name as it gets really thin that I could come up with.
Yeah, it's wildly thin at this point, and just the fact that you were able to pluck a name off the board at this point in the draft is impressive. It's not a terrible squad. I like the Hunter Renfrow edition, assuming he can still run. Speaking of dudes who we're not sure if they can still actually run or not with a football in their hands, I don't know. Maybe I have a weird soft spot in my football heart for this guy because I've seen him absolutely tear my favorite team to shreds in the past, but his knee was also torn to shreds by my favorite team, and he really hasn't been the same since. He's looking for a job. I still think there might be some gas left in the tank. Maybe not the big breakaway runs that he was capable of years ago, but hand the man the ball between the tackles, and he'll put his head and shoulders down and plow forward for 3.5 yards. Nick Chubb is the final pick in the BetMGM game day draft of NFL veteran free agents. So there it is on the screen if you're watching on YouTube. I took Stephon Diggs, Bobby Wagner, Kevin Zeitler, and Nick Chubb. Kenny went with Aaron Donald, Jonnu Smith, Taysom Hill, and Hunter Renfrow. Kate, I still think may have won this draft with Debo Samuel, Joey Bosa, Keenan Allen, and Hassan Reddick. and Zach went with Taylor Decker, Mekhi Becton, Jadeveon Clowney, and Trevon Diggs. Kenny, I know without picking your own, who do you think wins this draft?
Definitely not me, although I just took all these guys, my guys. I don't know about Zach's team. A lot of those guys are washed. Go with Kate because she probably has the most decorated team, 2 offense, 2 defense. I'm going to go with Kate with the win.
Zach, you can't pick your own. Who wins today's BetMGM Game Day draft?
I think I'm with Kenny. I'm just wondering, does Deebo Samuel have anything left, like for Kate's team? Because he said he has 3 to 4 good years left. I think he might have 1 to 2 more good years left. I'm just wondering, like, what team does he sign with? But I'm with Kenny. I'll go with Kate.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question for all 16 of these guys that we just drafted. Do any of them have anything left? But it's a very valuable question in Deebo's case. Kate, you can't pick your own. Who won today's draft?
I'm gonna go with you, Chris. I like your picks. I like the Nick Chubb pick at the back end of the draft.
Yeah,
like I said, I got a weird and end with Chubb.
Yeah, I got a solid soft spot in my heart for Nick Chubb. I'm gonna vote for Kate too. I mean, I think you get the W here today, Kate, on the BetMGM Game Day draft of NFL veteran free agents. Have no idea if any of these guys may actually play any snaps in the NFL this year, but we went ahead and looked to plug them onto a roster somewhere anyway. Today's BetMGM Game Day draft of NFL veteran free agents still looking for gigs. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll talk to Tyler Dragon, who covers the NFL for USA Today. What's the impact, if any? Maybe there really isn't any, but could there be an impact on Kyle Shanahan missing the beginning of Niners camp? Maybe we'll ask him about some of these players we just selected and whether they'll catch on anywhere. But coming up next, the WNBA All-Star Game was last night. Were you aware of that? Did you pay any attention to it? Were you locked in on it maybe? Maybe there's still some people that are feeling the Caitlin Clark effect and it hasn't faded yet. Or they're just huge hoops fans and had to get their fix. We'll talk about it next here on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports.
Hey, Chris, Brissett just signed me a deal. So looks like Carson Beck's going to have to wait.
Sports.
Top of the hour. Just had somebody jump in the YouTube comments and say, okay, but which team is in need of any of those players that we just drafted in our still available NFL veterans draft here on Westwood One Sports? We'll ask Tyler Dragon, who covers the NFL for USA Today, about some of those players and who may still be added as training camps open up around the NFL. Golf going on right now. You got a group of 4 or 5 chasing after the leader at the 3M Open. Jackson Koiven is 22 under. Actually, a group of half a dozen. Davis Thompson, Scotty Scheffler, Brian Harmon, Chandler Phillips, Ben Coles, Emiliano Grillo, all 5 shots off the lead. You want to bet golf? The best way to do it, inside the BetMGM app right now, where there's a golf odds boost token waiting for you to use the token. Add any golf wager your bet slip and then activate the token. If you win your bet that was made with that golf odds boost token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in about 35, 40 minutes from now is LeBron's legacy on the line, signing in Philly to play with the 76ers. But the WNBA All-Star Game was last night, Kate. We talked about this for just a brief moment earlier in the show. Neither one of us was locked in on the WNBA All-Star Game. Nothing against the WNBA, but there were a number of other things I could do with a beautiful Saturday night in the middle of the summer other than hanging out watching the WNBA All-Star Game. That being said, it was still played. Those that watched it enjoyed it. Jonquel Jones joined Candace Parker, Maya Moore, and Lisa Leslie as just the 4th player in WNBA history to win League MVP, Finals MVP, and All-Star Game MVP. But here's my question for you. Especially given how she has been so heavily politicized this season in particular, do you feel like the Caitlin Clark effect has waned? I know it worked in a big way over the last couple of years for the WNBA to get new TV deals, a better CBA, better conditions for the players, better salaries for the players. But it feels like this summer in particular just hasn't captured people's attention the way it did a couple years ago.
What I think's happening, Chris, I don't necessarily think the Caitlin Clark effect in terms of like her on-court play and stuff, because she's still doing some, like the threes last night. And granted, it was the All-Star Game, but she's still hitting logo threes. She had a 45-point game. She's hit a couple game winners this year. But I think what's getting tiring in terms of Caitlin Clark in the WNBA is just the constant conversation around her of the politicalness of it, like the negativity within the league. And it's not stemming from Caitlin Clark. It's just she's at the forefront of the league. And so it comes from that. I mean, the hard foul on Alyssa Thomas earlier this year, then it turns into a race thing. And Alyssa Thomas is getting death threats. And like that stuff can't happen. But like it just feels like anytime Caitlin Clark's involved in anything, whether it be good or bad on the court, it has to turn into something more than just basketball. And I think that's getting tiring for people. And the league's not doing themselves any favors in terms of the outside conversation that accompanies the on-court play. Like the players all say it too, like, let's just focus on the basketball. Let's focus on the on-court stuff. But it's social media. It's kind of everything outside of that makes these conversations just tiring after a while.
Yeah, I think you make a great point. I do think that we have seen the immediate impact of Caitlin Clark on the league wane just a little bit. I think because there are two sides to the coin here. One is there are the people that believe, hey, the WNBA was a fine product before Caitlin Clark and will continue to be a fine product long after Caitlin Clark. Let's stop making it all about Caitlin Clark, right? I think the league has done a poor job of managing that conversation, which is still a part of it. I think the league itself hasn't decided whether they want to embrace Caitlin Clark as sort of like the modern day WNBA equivalent of what Magic and Larry were for the NBA, say 45 years ago, when they both came into the league together. And all of a sudden there were eyeballs on the NBA like there hadn't been ever before. The NBA because of the way those players played, but also by the way they handled it, managed to capitalize on it. And now here we are, like I said, 45 years later. The NBA is the second most popular league in North America, behind only the NFL. I don't know if the WNBA has done a good job of managing that. And that would be one side of the coin. The other side would be, I do think that Caitlin Clark has to win something now, right? Like to pay off on, like Magic and Larry won immediately. And I'm going to just keep going along that parallel. They won immediately and were a part of big moments in the NBA immediately. Caitlin Clark is still on a team that's in 5th place and hasn't really won anything her first couple of years in the league.
1,000%. It's about time that she wins. And granted, last year she was injured for a lot of it. You could say, okay, she's a rookie, her rookie season, second year she's injured. Okay, well, the excuses, not that those are necessarily excuses, but the justifications maybe for why she hasn't won in her first 2 years, those are there. But now going forward, you're right. It's time that she wins. And she needs to be the main reason that the Fever win basketball games. And for the most part, she is, but she needs to go deep into the playoffs. She needs to win a couple playoff series. She needs to win a title. She needs to win an MVP, something like that in order for this to continue going. Because you're right, like she can still be a big draw to the league, but at some point you want your biggest draw to also be winning, to be at the top. Like that would only make everything even more, even greater for the league and Caitlin Clark. But she has to start doing it now. And the clock's kind of ticking. You can't go 3, 4, 5 years into the league and not have won anything.
Because then what happens is the thing sort of starts to feed itself, the negative media machine. Because every other player in the league, especially the ones that consider themselves the best, they start to get turned off by the fact that the best players aren't being promoted the same way Caitlin Clark is. And those, and I understand that. I do. Like if all of a sudden the NFL started promoting Fernando Mendoza as the best player in the league, we'd all look around at each other and go, wait a second. Mendoza hasn't done anything yet. What are we doing? And so I understand diehard WNBA fans and players that have been in the league for years, especially the most successful ones, look around and go, wait a second, she hasn't done anything yet. Why are we celebrating her as the face of the league? But she is, by virtue of the attention she brought when she came into the league, the face of the league right now. It's at that tipping point, like you said, where, okay, 3rd season in the league, rookie year was rookie year, 2nd year you were injured a lot. You've got to pay off on it this year. Like there's got to be a deep playoff run, and we've got to look up at the WNBA finals, and Caitlin Clark's got to be involved in it. Otherwise, everybody starts to look at each other and go, what are we doing here?
Yeah, exactly. And you're going to have other young players like Olivia Miles, who's the rookie for Minnesota. She's been phenomenal this year. If she wins the title with the Lynx, who are in first place right now before Caitlin Clark does, like all of a sudden she didn't get the same rookie treatment that Caitlin Clark got in terms of popularity and, TV time slots and game time slots and all of that stuff. So you're right. It's kind of time for the clock is ticking on Caitlin Clark a little bit, maybe unfair as that is, but also as a competitor, I think she would be totally okay with being called out about that.
Yeah, and Kathy Engelbert, the commissioner of the WNBA, has definitely taken a lot of heat because, like I said, I don't know if any of this has been managed properly, both for or against Caitlin Clark as it relates to the rest of the league. But the winning has to start to happen for Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever, or I think we will continue to see her effect on things fade and wane. Training camp's opening up around the NFL. We'll talk to Tyler Dragon of USA Today about all the big stories, including Kyle Shanahan, next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
A busy weekend in baseball continuing, obviously, with the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies going on in Cooperstown today. Carlos Beltran, Andrew Jones, Jeff Kent all being inducted. You got some big games being played as well. Jacob Mizorowski has struck out the first 7 batters he's faced as the Brewers today. I mean, the entire math, all the calculus changes when Mizorowski is on the mound. But they are hosting the Rockies and are up 3-0 right now, I believe, at home against the Rockies, with Mizorowski, like I said, striking out the first 7 he faced. Maybe touch on some baseball before we wrap up here today. Also, in 20 minutes, is LeBron's legacy on the line in Philly? That coming up in just a few moments as well. But training camps are opening up around the NFL. We've got a few that have gotten going already with some major injuries, in fact, in places like Carolina. Nick Scorton's injury during the first practice Thursday afternoon. And by the end of the day on Wednesday, everybody will have opened camp and had at least one practice. Here to talk about the entire league, top to bottom, front to back, the great Tyler Dragon of USA Today, who covers the NFL, joins us now. Afternoon, Tyler. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
We're great. We just went through a draft between everybody here on the show of still available NFL free agents. Some of those names that still haven't found a gig yet. Maybe we can ask you about some of those players in just a little bit. But we wanted to start with the big story of the last 24 hours, which was yesterday around this time, finding out that Kyle Shanahan had an auto accident a little less than 2 weeks ago. Some pretty severe injuries, including a concussion, that's going to keep him from starting camp with the Niners. Kate and I both discussed it earlier and said, this shouldn't be the kind of thing that has a major impact on the Niners season, but it is worth something keeping an eye on as they get camp started here in the next few days.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate because you look at the 49ers in recent years, and they just been decimated by injuries. And, of course, Kyle Shanahan's injury is off the football field, and we're glad that he's on the road to recovery, and it wasn't significant injuries. But when you look at the 49ers, they lost a plethora of Pro Bowl, All-Pro players last year, and Fred Warner, George Kittle, a Nick Bosa. And, I mean, you look at statistics, they were the most injury-plagued team the last few seasons, and that's really kept them from going as far as they want to go. And so now you start this year with your head coach injured, albeit an auto accident, unfortunate news. Now, it like you said, it probably was not going to have a significant impact on the team. Luckily, Kyle Shanahan is going to coach them, although on a not every day and not going to be there, but during training camp. But we expect him to be there on the sidelines during the regular season. So it shouldn't have a huge impact, but it just seems like year in and year out, the 49ers are dealing with injuries. And this time it's a head coaching injury to their head coach and play caller.
Yeah, they finally feel like they're healthy on the field, and then all of a sudden something else happens to them. So rough go for the 49ers. Tyler, in the division, the Cardinals, they just signed, or they came to an agreement on a deal with Jacoby Brissett. Should they start Brissett week 1, or is there value in just throwing Carson Beck right into the fire?
To me, I would probably start Jacoby Brissett week 1. However, I would most likely give the keys to Carson Beck towards the middle of the season. I need a large enough sample size on Carson Beck before the 2027 NFL draft, when there's going to be an assortment of quarterbacks, and the quarterback class, from all accounts, is going to be really good. So if I'm the Cardinals and Cardinals brass, I want a thorough evaluation on Carson Beck, and I've even written about this before that 2027 draft. But I don't want to just throw him into the fire when he's not ready. So I believe you start Jacoby Brissett. The Cardinals, they're not going to be very good, so they're going to lose a lot of games, and then let him get comfortable watching and having the clipboard maybe around week 5, week 6, between week 5 and week 8, you put him on the field for the rest of the season.
The one quarterback that everybody's debating the most about when he's going to get a chance to take the field, Tyler, is obviously Fernando Mendoza in Vegas, an established veteran in Kirk Cousins, maybe in the final year of his career with the Raiders. But do you get a sense for how the Raiders are going to manage that situation? Maybe somewhat similar to the way you just described the Cardinals managing Brissett and Beck, or do you think there's a chance for Mendoza to steal the starting job away from Cousins during training camp in the preseason?
Yeah, what word out of Las Vegas is they plan to take a very conservative approach with Fernando Mendoza, and the plan is for them to start Kirk Cousins at the beginning of the season, unless Mendoza blows their socks off during training camp and in preseason. So they left the door slightly ajar for Mendoza to start week 1, although the initial plan for Las Vegas is for them to start Kirk Cousins at least at the beginning of the season, towards even maybe the middle of the season, and bring Mendoza along slowly. We all know this is going to be Mendoza's franchise sooner rather than later, but they want to take the long approach and look at him as his whole career body working. They don't want to throw him to the fire too early, especially, and they're kind of in the same situation like the Arizona Cardinals. When you look at the Las Vegas Raiders, you're in a division where you have the Denver Broncos, the Los Angeles Chargers, 2 playoff teams, and probably the Kansas City Chiefs are a playoff team, but if they're not, they have Patrick Mahomes, and they're going to be pretty good too, as long as Mahomes is healthy. So they're going to bring him along slowly, and I expect him not to start, probably not towards the middle of the season.
Tyler, just a quick follow-up, because I remember distinctly where we were as football fans a year ago, hyping up this 2026 NFL draft class. And here we are looking at the 2027 draft class, and it's getting incredibly hyped. You mentioned, and I think it's a good point, a team like Arizona is probably going to lose 12 or 13 games and be in position to draft a quarterback if they want to, has to figure out what they have in Carson Beck. Is there reason to believe that next year, the 27 draft class actually will pay off on all this hype, unlike the 26 class?
I believe it will. When you look at the quarterbacks that they have coming out, and then Dante Moore, Arch Manning, Lenore Sellers, it probably Dante Moore and Arch Manning, they would have been top 10 picks this year. And maybe even Lenore Sellers would have been a top 10 pick this year. You can make an argument that Arch Manning and Dante Moore maybe even ahead of Fernando Mendoza. I know during the middle of the season, people did have them ahead of Mendoza until Mendoza really kind of kicked things into gear, especially in the college football playoffs. So I do believe a lot of teams have their eyes towards the 2027 draft class, because I mentioned those 3 quarterbacks, but even towards the middle of the rounds, there's going to be some decent quarterbacks with a lot of the experience. So teams like the Cardinals, teams like the Jets come to mind. They're going to be looking for that 2027 draft class, and they probably wouldn't mind losing a lot of games this year, because they know they're not a Super Bowl caliber team, and they realize they're in a rebuild. So even like the Miami Dolphins. So I do expect a lot of teams to pay close attention to the next year's draft.
Tyler, going into every year, we always talk about which teams are going to regress the most or which teams could go worst to first. The New England Patriots are a team that gets thrown around for regression just because of their schedule and how easy it was last year. Is it as simple as having a tough schedule? All of a sudden, we're going to see that team take a step back, or is that just kind of a nice offseason narrative for us media members to talk about?
Well, if you look at a step back as not being in the Super Bowl, then I expect them to take a step back, because
that's
I
fair.
feel like there are a lot of I feel like there are a lot of teams that are probably better than New England going into the season. However, they did get A.J. Brown, so they're going to be better this season. But when you look at teams like the Denver Broncos, the Baltimore Ravens, Kansas City, Los Angeles Chargers, Houston Texans, I feel like they're all could be better than New England, even in their division, the Buffalo Bills. So to answer your question, yes, I expect a step back because they were the AFC representatives in the Super Bowl, and I do not have them in the Super Bowl this year.
Speaking of the Kansas City Chiefs, we know Patrick Mahomes is coming back from that injury. Travis Kelce isn't getting any younger. What do you like? Are the Chiefs still, because of Mahomes and Andy Reid and Spags, like, are they still a Super Bowl contender, a deep playoff team in your mind?
Out of respect for Mahomes and Andy Reid, I'll say they're a playoff contender. I won't go as far as a Super Bowl contender because I don't think they upgraded the skill position players enough. Yes, they got Kenneth Walker, the Super Bowl 60 MVP, but their receiving corps outside of Rashee Rice and maybe the occasional explosive play from Xavier Worthy, I don't really like it. And Travis Kelce, he's a future Hall of Famer, but he's nowhere near the Travis Kelce of old. And then when we look at the defense end, they lost their two starting cornerbacks this year in free agency. Yes, they drafted probably the top corner in this year's draft in Delane, but that's a lot of loss in your secondary. And then I don't believe that they can rush the passer consistently outside of Chris Jones. So that's a lot of questions for Kansas City. But if Patrick Mahomes is healthy, you got Andy Reid, I do believe that they can still be a playoff team because the core is still there.
Tyler Dragon covers the entire NFL for USA Today. Follow him on social media at @TheTylerDragon. One of the biggest stories earlier this offseason, Tyler, was the unrest, I guess, in Philly. And then the A.J. Brown trade happened. And amongst all that, we had to talk about Jalen Hurts, how he's going to adjust to Sean Mannion, how Mannion may try to manage the offense differently than it has been in the past couple of years, especially last season. With the departure of Brown, with a new OC in place, with all of these stories out there circulating around about how Jalen Hurts was managing the offense, do you look at the Eagles as a team primed for a bounce back, or do you think all of these issues are still sort of lingering below the surface and they've got to figure out a way around them in 2026?
The NFC East and the Eagles, they're one of the most fascinating teams in the division this year because of all what you just said. Now, I do believe that they're going to bounce back because even without A.J. Brown, the focal point of Philadelphia's offense should be Saquon Barkley and their running game. And I do believe if they play behind Barkley, that will open up the pass. And Devontae Smith is a number one caliber wide receiver. And so he's going to take A.J. Brown's place. And then you did draft a Mekhi Lemon. You got a Wicks there as well. So they still have a pretty good wide receiving corps when you also count in what Saquon Barkley do in the backfield. But pressure is on Nick Sirianni, the offensive coordinator, and Jalen Hurts to upgrade this offense, especially their passing attack. So Sean Mannion, the new Philadelphia offense coordinator, he's going to have his hands full because last year that passing game left a lot to be desired.
Tyler, Chris and I earlier on in the show, we power ranked which first-year head coaches are going to have the most amount of success this upcoming season. In your opinion, which of the 6 first-year, and we're talking rookie head coaches, not just head coaches in new spots, which do you think can have the most success in year one?
I think that's the easy answer, and I'll go with Jesse Minter with the Baltimore Ravens. And I say that because the Ravens were my most disappointing team last year. They have a Super Bowl caliber roster, a 2-time MVP in Lamar Jackson. And defense was their Achilles heel last year. So you bring in a former defensive coordinator and Jesse Minter to upgrade that side of the ball. You get a Trey Hendrickson. I believe Jesse Minter and the Ravens should be the front runners to win the AFC North and a legitimate Super Bowl contender this year. Yes, and Jesse Minter's first season.
The Rams are a front runner on all the odds boards to win the Super Bowl. And obviously, you go out and get Myles Garrett. There are the rumblings about Aaron Donald maybe making a comeback. You understand when you look up and down the roster at the talent, the coaching staff, everything's in place there, Tyler. Do you get a sense that the Seahawks are looking around at the landscape, even though they're second on all those odds boards? Do you get a sense that the reigning Super Bowl champs are looking around saying, Rodney Dangerfield here, why don't we get any respect? We just walked off with the Lombardi. And do you think that's a motivational tactic they can use in Seattle this year? Again, knowing that it'll be they and the Rams meeting twice in the final 3 weeks of the regular season.
Oh, it's 100% bulletin board material. I mean, you look what the Seahawks did. They beat the Rams when it mattered the most in the NFC Championship game, and they won the division. But the Rams are getting all the headlines and all the publicity, but rightfully so, on the other hand. But if I'm the Seahawks and their coaching staff, I'm using that as a motivational tactic because everybody's writing them off as a Super Bowl winner and to their ability to repeat because everybody's looking at the Los Angeles Rams and what they did this offseason, the Super Bowl being at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. I'm using that certainly as a motivation to kind of fuel them this season, certainly.
Speaking of the Rams, rumblings of Aaron Donald, have you heard anything recently about the potential for a return for Donald to the Rams?
Sean McVay addressed this yesterday, and he pretty much said that the Rams are leaving the door open for Donald to return. Donald is working out and training to see if he has any juice left in the tank and see how his body responds to NFL-style workouts. And if his body responds well and he feels like that he can still play at a high level similar to the Aaron Donald of old, I expect him to come back. I think it's trending unlikely that Aaron Donald returns. I mean, anytime you have this much smoke and you're working out and training and going at it this hard, I do believe that he's probably leaning on coming back, but he just wants to make sure and make sure his training is right and his body's right physically and mentally before he announces it.
You mentioned earlier, Tyler, that you look at the Ravens as the favorites in the AFC North. I come at it from a tough perspective because I've grown up a Steelers fan. I live in Pittsburgh. And so it's hard for me to kind of get the 50,000-foot view of how the rest of the league is looking at the Mike McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers reunion. Just from your conversations with other people around the league, what is the perspective on how this may or may not work for McCarthy and Rodgers in Rodgers' final year?
I think it's going to work fine if you look at where Pittsburgh offense was last year. I mean, it was kind of like an archaic offense lumbering down the field. It was almost hard to watch. Aaron Rodgers really had one player to throw to in a DK Metcalf, and everything else was just, it seemed like it was just hard to move the ball down the field. Now you got a Michael Pittman Jr. to go with the Metcalf, and so Aaron Rodgers has two legitimate wide receivers. We all know that Freiermuth is a really good tight end. They upgraded their offensive line this offseason. So I expect Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy to do well together. Aaron Rodgers obviously knows his system from their days in Green Bay. Now, do I think that they are going to win the division? No, but I think they can be a playoff team and in the running for the second best squad in the division with the Cincinnati Bengals. But I do believe that when it's all said and done, the Ravens are going to win the division. However, the Steelers, they're right there as a playoff team, a fringe playoff team for sure.
Tyler, last one here for you. The NFC North. It feels like it's fairly even across the board in terms of you don't have like an outlier team that is at the bottom consistently like the Browns in the AFC North. How do you see this NFC North race kind of stacking up this season?
The NFC North. I mean, I want to say the Detroit Lions, because last year I think it was just an anomaly the way the Lions played and finished. So I think the Lions will win the division, but man, it's wide open when you look at the Chicago Bears winning the division last year, what the Green Bay Packers, if Micah Parsons could come back healthy, and if Micah Parsons of old, and then the Minnesota Vikings with Kyler Murray at quarterback. We know quarterback was inept in Minnesota last year. So the division's wide open, but on paper right now, I feel like the Lions are the best team in the division.
Tyler, great stuff as always. We always love catching up with you. Appreciate you taking the time today. Thanks again.
Of course. Thanks for having me on. Have a good one.
You too. Tyler Dragon covers the NFL for USA Today. And you at all surprised that he said he feels like it's likely that Aaron Donald could be back? Like, I'm still on the outside looking in at this situation going, yeah, Aaron Donald's getting in shape, but Aaron Donald's always in shape. Like, the kid's been lifting weights since he was 12 years old.
Exactly. Aaron Donald was never out of shape.
Right.
It's just getting back in football conditioning. I think that might be a better way to phrase it versus getting back in shape, because you're right. I mean, Aaron Donald posts, him benching 1,000 pounds even after his retirement. So it's putting the pads on, getting back in that type of shape. I mean, it sounds like his practices in LA have been with pads on, and just kind of seeing how that feels for him. I don't know, Chris. If he comes back, that's a scary, scary defense.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a small qualifier that Tyler is based on the West Coast. And Tyler, covering the entire league, may hear from folks in LA that say, yup, we think he's coming back, which would just be, I mean, again, if the Seahawks were looking for any more motivation, any more bulletin board material coming off a Super Bowl victory, the Rams, who are already the favorites around the league and in the NFC, I imagine that number would drop even lower for them as NFC and Super Bowl favorites if Aaron Donald were to come back, even if it doesn't happen until a month or two into the 2026 NFL season. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, and the biggest story of the week broke Friday morning, and we've been looking at it from every angle. So the question now is out there. Could LeBron James' legacy be affected by going to Philly? Is it on the line becoming a member of this stacked lineup with the Sixers? What do you think? We'll tell you what we think next here on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Lots of baseball being played. As we mentioned, the Hall of Fame induction ceremony is taking place in Cooperstown right now as well. Andrew Jones, Jeff Kent, Carlos Beltran, all being inducted. Scores from around Major League Baseball. Red Sox up on the Jays. Arizona, Washington tied up at 4-apiece. Pirates trying to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Cubs at PNC Park are up 8-4. You've also got tonight the Phillies trying to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Yankees. Plenty of other games being played, maybe some that we have bets on. We'll get to that before we wrap up the show. Also, our 3 stars of the day alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app, also inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY, and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. The big news of the weekend came down Friday morning. LeBron James deciding to sign that 2-year deal in Philly, player option for the second year, what would be his 25th season in the NBA, taking a massive pay cut, just an $8 million contract in Philly. And we've talked about how we think it may piece together all of the dynamics at play between these 5 big names in this lineup. Now, the ripple effect on the rest of the Eastern Conference, where it looks like the Sixers and the Knicks may be the only championship contenders, but then you've got that second tier of Pistons, Celtics, don't forget the Pacers as well. But the question of LeBron's legacy and how it's affected by this move to Philly, I think are valuable, Kate. And I think it's solidified, at least in my opinion, that LeBron goes down as probably the second best individual player of all time, because everybody knows I grew up watching the 90s Bulls. I can't possibly put him ahead of Michael Jordan, but I do think there is a way, and it would be massive. It would be the most epic end to a career ever, maybe in sports history, for LeBron to maybe make a legitimate conversation for himself as the best player of all time. If the Sixers somehow won titles in each of these final 2 years, there you go. Now we've got a conversation. Short of that, I don't think there's a way for LeBron to either polish the resume or even have it tarnished going in the other direction by this final year or 2 in Philly.
No, I mean, I think his legacy is already set. You're right. Unless he goes out and wins 2 titles in the next 2 years, it can only improve. I don't think it can necessarily go down all that much. I think the knock, and maybe a little bit just in terms of going to Philly with the roster, the whole ring chasing thing, I think that's what negatively impacts his legacy. If going to Philly, he doesn't win a ring here, that's going to be the knock on it, is you went and chased another ring. You went and joined essentially another super team with a stacked roster, and you still couldn't win a title. That's what the negative part of his legacy could be. How his legacy could be negatively impacted by this move to Philly. But if he goes out, if he wins a title, I mean, there's 4 titles with 4 different teams. No one else has ever done that. He's 41 years old. No one's played this late and had this big of an impact. Like, I think there's more positives than negatives to take away. But the haters will say, okay, you went and chased another ring and you still couldn't do it if the Sixers don't win.
But I kind of look at it, outside of Cleveland and Miami, where would you rather see, like, if you're neutral in all of this and you're just a fan of the NBA and a fan of basketball, wouldn't you rather see an all-time great go chase a ring in his final year or 2 rather than just look for the rocking chair and the storybook, sort of bookending of his career in Cleveland or Miami?
Oh, for sure. Like, I think this year is going to be so interesting. It's going to be so fun to watch because of where LeBron landed. Yeah, if he goes to Cleveland or Miami, you're on a good team. I don't think you're a title contender, at least not in the same way you are with Philly. And you're right. What's the point in LeBron? I mean, even if he went to the Warriors, like, maybe the point of that is to have fun, to play with Steph, and, it's fun. But, like, you don't play 24 years in the league to, have you're not still playing at 41 just to have fun, to go out hang out with the boys, like at that point, just to hang it up. So you can't necessarily fault LeBron in wanting to go to a title contender, but that's always going to be part of the narrative with LeBron and the argument of LeBron and MJ. Like when two people are arguing who's the GOAT, that's always going to be a negative for LeBron, is the ring chasing. Whether, like, we can all agree it's the right thing to do at this point in his career, but it also is always going to backfire on him fairly, whether that's fair or not.
Yeah, like, I think there are some people, and look, like I mentioned, I will always look at Michael Jordan as the greatest individual player of all time in the NBA, in the history of basketball. But I think there are a lot of people in that camp who also would have knocked LeBron regardless of his decision. Like, had he decided to sign, like you said, in Golden State and just go have fun with the boys for the final year, or had he decided to sign in Cleveland or Miami, they would have looked at it and said, oh, he just wants to be comfortable and do the farewell tour. He doesn't really care about winning. Like, I take it as a positive, and I give LeBron credit for saying, hey, I'm going to go somewhere that, let's be honest, it might be uncomfortable at times. They haven't exactly been huge fans of me in Philly. And you know what? I know that if it doesn't go well, if it goes sideways, they're going to absolutely rip me to shreds in Philly. But I think it's my best chance to win a title, so that's where I'm going to go. And I look at that and I say, you know what? That's the right decision. That's what I would have done if I were in his shoes. I would have gone to the place that I think gives me the best chance to win the title. And so I can't really fault him for that, even if it does all blow up in his face. I'll look at it and say, okay, well, you took a swing at it. You didn't get one more ring, but at least you went that direction and took that path and tried to.
And what happens, Chris, if he does win? Like, what happens if he goes out and wins a title this year? That only further cements his legacy and everything he's done. And I just keep going back to the age thing. I think that's going to be a huge factor in how people remember him, is the fact that he's 41 years old, Chris. Like, I'm not in my 40s yet. We're pushing it, but I'm not there yet. And I'm, my body's not, I can't go out and run a mile right now.
Yeah. I hate driving a mile, much less running a mile. No, like, I think it's a good point, and one that probably shouldn't get lost in this whole thing. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. I think if LeBron goes out and wins a ring in Philly this year, and presumably, I think that would be enough for him to go out on top. I don't know if he'd try to come back and run it back for another one in his 25th season in the NBA, but that would be enough for me to say, again, growing up a Jordan fan, okay, LeBron, you've cemented your place as the all-time number 2. Like, right now, you could still have a conversation about Kareem or maybe Kobe. People throw Bill Russell out there, but that would solidly plant him because, like you said, 41 years old, a 5th ring with a 4th different team. That would all be, okay, yes, you are the second best of all time. You didn't do what Jordan did with the multiple three-peats, but you went out and still competed at the highest level in your 40s, and you got a ring out of it. Could people argue, well, yeah, look at the team. He cherry-picked a super team and the best roster in the league. Yeah, they could, but I don't think that's a knock. I think that's just the sign of the dude wanted the ring and he went out and got it, and that would, for me, lock him in as the number 2 all-time.
Chris, my train of thought was thrown off because someone just fell down my stairs. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break up this conversation, but my
baby's in the crib,
babysitting,
right?
And she just fell down the stairs, I think.
Okay.
So, but yes, back to LeBron James.
No,
not quite sure where we were there. I just heard a massive thud in the background.
I saw your eyes bug out of your head. I was like, man, I didn't swear, did I? Like, I didn't say something I wasn't supposed to. All right. All that said, LeBron's legacy may be on the line in Philadelphia this year, but it's going to be fascinating to watch. We'll have some bets for you and our 3 stars of the day before we wrap things up next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
3 stars of the day before we wrap up here in just a couple of minutes on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable on BetMGM Game Day. We may have some bets for you as well. Very important that we check in, Kate, and make sure the babysitter and the baby and everyone in the home is in one piece. Everything's good, right?
Everything's good. The wall got a little bath of bottle. I think a bottle just flew all over the wall, down the stairs a little bit, but the babysitter is intact. The baby is sleeping. She didn't fall down the stairs, thank goodness. So we're all covered here. We're all good now, but that was a little freaky for a second. I thought, in my mind, both the babysitter and the baby were just head first straight down, snowballing down the stairs. And that's you don't want things like that. So, we'll wipe up the stairs and it'll be all good.
All good. Okay, everyone's still in one piece. People were concerned in the chat whether everyone was okay. So I'm glad we're all good. Our 3 favorite moments of the show, as I mentioned, are 3 stars on the way in just a couple of minutes. If you want to bet baseball, best way to do it inside the BetMGM app right now, because you've got your chance to receive an MLB odds boost token. That's in there inside your BetMGM app, or an MLB parlay boost token. That boost pack waiting for you right now to use either one of them. Add MLB bets to your bet slip, activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you'll get extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. That's all I have on my card for today, Kate, is Phillies, Yankees tonight. I know the Phils have been stumbling out of the All-Star break. They've lost 6 of 8, but one of their 2 wins did come in a Christopher Sanchez start, and he gets the start again tonight. So I'm going to go Phillies run line over the Yankees tonight. It's plus 110 at BetMGM to avoid the sweep at the hands of the Yankees, who just today had to put Cody Bellinger on the IL as well. He pulled up with a hamstring issue last night.
I'm going to go in that game also, Chris. I think you're on the right side there, but I'm going to take the under as well. Okay. I don't think the Yankees, with Sanchez on the mound for Philly, that they're going to their offense is going to be looking all that great, at least while Sanchez is in the game. And then Phillies, their offense has struggled lately. Only 1 run in this series so far. So 8, I think, is a good number, but I will take the under on that.
Under 8, minus 115 at BetMGM. If you go the first 5 innings, under 4 is minus 105. Kate is taking the full game under 8 there. It's all waiting for you inside the BetMGM app. Time for our 3 favorite moments of the show, really of the weekend. Our 3 stars of the day. Here we go.
3.
I honestly had no idea. And maybe as the days sort of wore on, I potentially, maybe started to lean more that he was maybe going to go with one of his former teams, either the Cavaliers or the Miami Heat. Just because, once the Sixers made the trade for Jaylen Brown, that roster was pretty set. And so in my brain, I was like, okay, if you were going to choose the Sixers, why haven't you chosen the Sixers already? But based on my own thoughts, based on people that I've talked to that are both either close to the Sixers or close to LeBron himself, this was kept very tight to the vest. A lot of people that are typically in the loop of these types of decisions or this type of news were not in the loop in this particular case. And so I think that's sort of why all of us kind of felt in the dark.
That was Philadelphia Inquirer's Gina Mizell, Sixers beat writer there in Philly, actually yesterday on BetMGM Game Day with Alex Gold and Austin Huff, talking about how she ultimately was surprised that LeBron ended up in Philly. I guess I shouldn't say I wasn't surprised at all that he ended up choosing the Sixers, Kate. I thought that was the smart move from the very beginning. But like I said before, I was genuinely surprised that LeBron did not take the path of least resistance, which would have been sort of the storybook ending to the career in Cleveland or even Miami, and that he decided to go all in on, like you said, chasing a ring.
Yeah, I thought after the Miami Heat creative department quote unquote leaked the YouTube deal. I thought he was headed to Miami. I didn't think that was just them getting ready. So I was a little surprised at Philly. It makes sense. I think it's the right choice if he wants to win a ring, if that's his goal in his final year. But also, Chris, I don't think anyone no one knew. No one had any idea. All speculation up until that announcement was made.
Yeah. Speculation. That's all we could do. I'm not surprised either that LeBron took his time in doing this. I thought it would actually drag out even longer, but the decision has been made, and he's in Philly. Our number 2 star of the day.
2.
This year, they've done some very uncharacteristic things for this organization, trading away cheap labor in the 10th overall pick in exchange for an expensive guy in Dexter Lawrence. That is the most un-Cincinnati Bengal type move ever. So kind of feels like the front office has done its part. Zach Taylor's swapped out defensive coordinators and a lot of position coaches. He's got Joe Burrow. If he stays healthy, and they don't win, I think the finger is going to be pointed very squarely at Zach Taylor. And while this is a famously patient franchise, my guess will be that if this season looks anything like last season, the Bengals will have a new head coach in 2027.
Mo Egger joined us earlier today from ESPN 1530 and 700 WLW in Cincinnati. I mean, the Bengals have to go to the playoffs again this year. They have to get back there, Kate, or else, like Mo said, it's Zach Taylor's butt.
It's Zach Taylor's butt, and you'd have to imagine Joe Burrow starts to get really, really frustrated. If he hasn't been in the last couple seasons, I think especially you made moves on defense, you have a healthy, offensive core, Joe Burrow stays healthy, but they still can't get it done. I think big frustrations are going to be all around that organization. And yeah, Zach Taylor will take the brunt of it.
And finally, our number 1 star of the day.
1.
I think that's the easy answer, and I'll go with Jesse Minter with the Baltimore Ravens. And I say that because the Ravens were my most disappointing team last year. They have a Super Bowl caliber roster, a 2-time MVP in Lamar Jackson. And defense was their Achilles heel last year, so you bring in a former defensive coordinator and Jesse Minter to upgrade that side of the ball. You get a Trey Hendrickson. I believe Jesse Minter and the Ravens should be the front runners to win the AFC North and a legitimate Super Bowl contender this year. Yes, and Jesse Minter's first season.
Tyler Dragon, who covers the NFL for USA Today, was with us just about an hour ago, and we had power ranked our first-year NFL head coaches earlier, Kate. We both said Joe Brady in Buffalo, number 1. Tyler, though, says Jesse Minter, and look, he's a first-year head coach, so I don't know how much pressure is on him in his first year. But I got to think there's pressure on Lamar Jackson and pressure on the Ravens to finally get deep into the playoffs once again. And the only major difference is Jesse Minter in, John Harbaugh out.
I do think there is some pressure on Minter, not from the organization, but maybe just from himself of you can't waste any more of Lamar Jackson's years. Like, you're right. The Ravens needs to start winning. You can't go 2 years for Jesse Minter to get his feet wet and figure everything out. And then, now is the window for Lamar. Lamar needs to start winning now. So a little bit of pressure, but you're right. He's not going to get fired if they don't have a good season. Not that type of pressure.
Right. But Tyler definitely, in addition to telling us he thinks it's likely Aaron Donald will make that comeback, saying that he thinks Jesse Minter will be the first-year rookie NFL head coach who has the most successful year. We're here with you every Sunday, almost all day long on Westwood One Sports, BetMGM Game Day, and we'll be back again next Sunday. We will have all 32 NFL training camps up and running. We will be just 1 day away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline, so we will have plenty to talk about. We'll be inside a month of the kickoff of the college football regular season as well. So plenty to get into next week. Thanks to each and every one of you who joined us here on Westwood One Sports. And yes, all of you who checked on Kate's babysitter in the YouTube chat. She's going to be okay. Just a little bit of a mess to clean up. Thanks to Mike. Thanks to Kenny. Thanks to Max. Thanks to Zach. And like I said, thanks to each and every one of you. Keep it here It is Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.